Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Still on the road to Riyadh, this time with the American Regional Qualifiers for day number 2. You guys are going to be accompanied by me, Mirko, and Burger Kim here for our first match, which is quite a big one here. How are you feeling, Burger Kim?
Well, I guess I'm getting all of the United States matches, and it's just really exciting to see them come up on stream every single time, because knowing that they're probably one of the most seasoned teams here in the Americas region, and I can't wait. Fried Horse, high loss. We've seen a lot of uncontemporary picks for them, and hopefully for today, expect to see more surprises from USA.
Definitely. I think, the horse caught us by surprise yesterday, just kind of bit, even though we kind of expected the pick. We didn't expect it to be able to be as dominant as it was yesterday. And interestingly enough, White Horse banned out the horse in game number 2. So we'll see if this continues to be a super prio pick, as we have seen it picked in the first phase and then banned out in game number 2. Maybe some other teams will be able to utilize this quote-unquote prio pick to really, punish White Horse and his horse schematics here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the schedule for today. We are going to start things off with USA going up against Costa Rica. We have obviously a lot of different matches here, but we will only be streaming a total of 4 matches. So some of the matches that you see on your screen will actually be played off stream.
Yep. Actually, you guys can get an update on iesf.gg/tournaments. You guys can check out the Americas A online, so that's currently ongoing, so you can see the results and standings as well if you guys want to be updated on all of the matches, even the ones that aren't streamed. So you guys can check it out later on, but for now, yeah, these are all the matches for today. And I think what's really exciting, Mirko, about the first few days of every single tournament is that you kind of get a feel of what everybody is like, right? Like you get a vibe check of every single team, and yeah, this is the time to actually take some notes, especially for some of the teams that are looking to make it, especially in the latter parts of this tournament.
We've seen, I think already a lot of the teams, we kind of got a glimpse of their strength, even in the final match, going all the way for a best of 3. It went for the full series there. So unlike the African regional qualifiers, and I feel like even unlike the Asian regional qualifiers, where most matches were just 2-0, I think for me and Naisu, most part, we just had to cast 2-0 games.
Oh, yeah.
We actually found, a really, really good competition there for Argentina versus Brazil, and I'm expecting the same later on for our final match of the day in Argentina versus Chile, but we'll have to see. Obviously, for the Argentinian players, they've had so much more experience in the international stage, and I think it's kind of the same here when we're talking about USA. We've already mentioned them just yesterday, talking about how experienced every single member is, and I think the gameplay definitely shows exactly that, right? The reflection of their experience was in the game itself. They were just so disciplined all throughout, understanding when their power spikes will hit, and even in the draft, really just understanding the prio picks, and also understanding how to mix the comfort with the prio.
Right.
And here it is, United States versus Costa Rica. We're going to be talking about this match. What are you expecting, Burger Kim, for Costa Rica?
I feel like Costa Rica, again, they can pull off, use and abuse them. And I was talking to Naisu about this, right? Like, there's a lot of really good heroes that work very well in the current meta. So you guys, if they can use it to their advantage, right? Because USA is known to be a little bit more uncontemporary. You guys have seen it yesterday in their picks. So I think for Costa Rica, if they stick to the basics, that would do them great, especially in matches like this where the opponent is a little bit more seasoned, a little bit more experienced when it comes to like tournaments. But this is something for every single country that's competing here in IESF. You guys need to get that XP, and this is the best place to get it, right? Going up against these bigger teams, and hopefully for them, like, basics, I think they should stick with that. Maybe not like overthink the draft too much, because sometimes it really does mess up with your mind. But then let's take a look at the lineup here, Mirko, of USA. That's White Horse, or aka Fried Chicken. You got Melon, you got Tarzan, you got Hoon, or Kimchi. Was it Kimchi Man, or was it Kimchi Guy?
Kimchi Man, yeah.
Kimchi Man, I like that. It rolls off the tongue really well. So that's also aka Hoon. You got Shark as well here. He's known as Mega Shark over on screen. But you guys know the names. Some of these names you've encountered, especially in the major tournaments of Mlbb. So it is no surprise that these are, of course, I would say fan favorites, or a highly anticipated team here in the Americas qualifiers.
Most definitely, right? I think they are the favorites coming into this tournament, the favorites to qualify to ISF, the WEC 2024 in Riyadh. We're on the road to that, and again, like we already said earlier, the fact that, their experience, it's evident here. You see the names, you know exactly where they've been, where they've played. I think for Tarzan and Melon, though, it's a bit different. So it's kind of a mix where they have a lot of veteran players here, like Chicken, Moon, Shark. But there are some newcomers coming down, and these are not newcomers in the region alone. They've been playing domestically, but in the international scene, it's a completely different stage, right? And I'm glad to see that Tarzan and Melon, they've been performing really, really well. We saw them pop off a whole lot yesterday. Tarzan on the Roger Jungle, I believe, and even for Melon, I think we were able to take a look at the Ruby Gold. And by the way, American Region and Qualifiers, a great place to display the Ruby Gold. For the most part, I think in other tournaments, we haven't really been able to see that many Ruby Gold lane work. But for some reason here, it's all about the team fights, and they're able to, really find the value in that Ruby pick. So let's welcome Costa Rica as well. This is their lineup. You got Elisa, Forsaken, Danny Prado. You got Priscilla, Zirael, Aguilar, Gino, Moba Stream. We got Moba Zane. For
Moba Stream.
Usually this is Moba Stream. Guerrero, Gabriel, Gabarobo, Chavez, and Daniel Hoop Mosquera.
Wow.
So we have Moba Stream, and we have Hoop.
Instead of, wow. I don't even know. I feel like they planned this out, like having Costa Rica and USA open up the day for day number 2. I was actually looking at the rosters and I was talking to you about it off cam, Mirko. Like I was saying, wow, is that for real? And then we actually streamed it here. Yeah, it's real. Don't mistake it for Moba Zane. This is an entirely different player. Moba Stream. Hoop. These are players from Costa Rica, so they're gonna be going up against USA. But no Moba Zane for the US, and you're gonna be seeing Hoon as well, but he's gonna be playing as Kimchi Man, so that's gonna be pretty interesting too, and very timely as well that Hoon changes IGN in the nick of time here for the Americas regional qualifiers. But again, stick to the basics here for Costa Rica, especially going up against a very seasoned United States.
Got to agree, but I think at this point as well for Costa Rica, maybe in game number 1 they can try to surprise the United States, right? Because for the most part, especially when we're talking about United States having so much more experience, having just, I would say, so much more mechanical power as well, based on what we've seen so far, maybe it's good to actually go for a lot of the cheese picks, right? Because even in other tournaments, when we do see a best of 3 still in the group stages, a lot of teams like to experiment. A lot of teams would like to utilize the crazy nature of the group stage to go for a lot of cheese picks to actually get these games, because really every single game matters. It can come down to that in the final day as to who qualifies to the next stage. And again, like Burger Kim mentioned, you guys can go ahead and check it out, iesf.gg. Check out all the schedule that we'll have all the way to the final day of the American Region Qualifiers, and obviously get your updates on some of the matches that are being played off stream, because US is going to be playing 2 times a day. We're only going to see them once on stream. So if you want to take a look at if US, suddenly the team is able to get the underdog victory, who knows? You've seen a lot of different upsets happen here and there across the Mlbb ecosystem.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a great time to actually see a lot of the upsets, right? A lot of countries where regions where we really didn't expect to shine have been shining. It's like Malaysia, and we'll see. Maybe we get a
even in the women's,
here.
right? Even in the women's scene, it's huge. I mean, I love seeing the competitive scene grow a little bit more, right? Like for, I think for the MSC, I was pleasantly surprised, and at the same time really happy, because I got to have like a couple of show matches with Innocent, and now seeing his progress from that going all the way to get MSC. And even for I actually cried when I watched like the MWI this year, because I've casted all of the games of the ladies of Smart Omega, and then coming into like this season, this year, I think it's just their era. So I'm really happy for the ecosystem, and hopefully for the other regions as well, the European qualifiers, the American qualifiers. Hopefully we can see some upsets here and there. And yeah, like what you mentioned, cheese picks can work. We've seen it in several teams, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I think it's a risk that you have to be willing to take.
Definitely. I think it's worth a shot here up against such an overwhelming force like the United States in the American Regional Qualifiers. And I like that you brought up, the women's scene here, because we're not forgetting about the women's, not at all. On the 6th of August, ladies and gentlemen, you guys will be seeing actually some of the matches here played as well on stream. So we have 4 matches for Mlbb women's to also qualify to Iesf, the main event later, where we're also going to have a women's division for Mlbb, which is great stuff, right? It's great that we see the women's as well as the men's all compete. And this time, I think it's a bit different, right? Because at MWI, it was great seeing that story, but representing your country is always so much more. I would say there's a lot more pride in it, right? Just to represent your country, not just playing for the org, but playing for your nation. Perfect timing as well, as we're kind of like, in the Olympic stage as well. We've got a lot of country national pride here being thrown out, but let's take again to American regional qualifiers for the match we have, match number 1. Costa Rica. If it isn't, the cheese picks that come through in game number 1, I feel like it has to be comfort, because I think this is one of the games where you need to throw prio out the window. You need to try to just play whatever you're comfortable at and try to catch United States off guard.
Yeah, I mean, if you overthink the draft, it might be really difficult for your team, right? Like you put out a hero that you're not so comfortable with. I do agree, it might not produce the results that you actually want. So I guess, apart from having the cheese picks, just make sure that you're comfortable working around the hero and make sure that it has like the right combinations as well. I mean, sometimes I would see like really weird pickups on like combinations. Like you would combine like there was a time I saw like a Carmilla and the Novaria. So it was like a really weird pickup. Like individually, the heroes are good, but if you combine them together, like there's just absolutely like, I mean, there could be synergy, but you have to work around it, right? So again, it's insane. Like United States again opening it up with Costa Rica here. Hopefully we see at least a game number 3, because so far, Mirko, yesterday it has been sweeps left and right for the Americas.
Yeah, we got 2 O's for the first 3 matches, and finally, I thought again that we would be given a full first day of sweeps, because that's really the pattern that we've been seeing. Me and Naisu, especially when we're talking about the African region qualifiers and the Asian region qualifiers. So it's already great to see that some of these teams are already very, very competitive, because in match number 4 in the series, none of the games were snubs. I think every single one of those games went over the 17th minute, and they had to get the Evolved Lord to actually end the game. And I just personally really love to see how both teams have been able to utilize the new changes in the patch, right? With Summon Lord having less HP now, when the first Summon Lord having less HP, but then growing by the minute. The HP growth per minute has been buffed. So in the later stage, it does become more lethal. Yeah, you are going to have a better time actually sieging your base. But at least in the early game, it kind of prevents, those 10 minutes, 11-minute games that we have been seeing still a whole lot of, despite the change. So, also
9 minutes and 57 yesterday,
exactly.
Mirko. That was like a real...
50.
I mean, there are times that I would see that, wow, you can actually end the game after the first Lord. And I think that's one of the welcome change that some of the teams would love to go for, especially since it's mostly like the assassins that we're talking about, right? Like when you have a very good early game, get the first Lord, you can actually take in the game or eventually, get a match point for the next game. So it's just very crucial to have like, at least like for me, game number 1 for both of the qualifiers that I've casted. Like that's something that the teams need to consider here going into this first matchup that we have.
I think for United States as well, by the way, if we're just taking a look at the standings, they are very, very safe as of right now. Haven't dropped a single match at all. They're standing there, but it does seem like for a lot of the other teams here, and by the way, for Americas, we do have 2 groups, right? We have America A and America B. Yeah, so United States actually are in America A, together with Ecuador, Colombia, that we also got a glimpse of, Guatemala just yesterday too. And it does seem like for United States, they're just really, popping off at this point. I feel like at this point, what do you have to really do to try to take them down? Or maybe for a lot of the other teams who are, competing now, do they just look at the other teams and maybe just write off United States? Or like think about, okay, United States, we won't even try to think about, beating them. Might as well look for points in other matches.
Oh, yeah.
But also, Costa Rica, technically also undefeated. They are also standing at 2 wins and 0 losses, together with Mexico. So Mexico, Costa Rica, and the United States all tied up for first place. This is definitely going to be very, very interesting to see how United States actually goes up against Costa Rica, because from the matches, it does seem like Costa Rica has a good grasp on the meta.
Yeah, I mean, pulling off a 2-0, even though like it's you would say it's like a BO3, right? It's not that easy to pull it off, especially going up against like other regions that you don't really have that much information. So yeah, Costa Rica's undefeated, even the United States. So I think this is going to be something that will set the momentum, especially for Costa Rica moving forward into this tournament. We have a couple of other matches for today as well. Like some of the teams you've already seen, some teams that you guys might have heard of, but you haven't seen them on stream. So I think one of them is Guadeloupe that will be playing here today, and even Mexico. I've had the privilege of like seeing these teams play last year, but hopefully like coming into this year, it's a new patch. 1 year can definitely change things. So hopefully, again, we've seen like a lot of improvements as well for some of the teams that came back here this year for the Americas qualifiers and showed some progress.
I think the progress is really what has impressed me throughout the years, because I was actually given the opportunity to cast for the first ever Iesf with Mlbb in 2021. It was in Bali, right? And it really looked like for the most part it was just the Southeast Asian countries that were dominating the scene, and we didn't really get to see a lot of the other nations pop off. But as the years go by, 2022, we saw that, 2023 as well, it was a steady growth all throughout, and now we're at a point where, you know, a lot of the regions that we used to count out, now they're actually on the world stage, proving the whole world wrong as to, you know, who really is the best region in the world. And I think you also got that glimpse of, you know, how Turkey played in the European qualifiers.
Oh yeah.
And now we get to see them finally representing their countries.
Yeah.
Like we said earlier, playing for your org, playing for your country is a bit different, but we're going to jump straight into the draft. For game number 1 here, Team USA on the blue side, we have Costa Rica on red. Juicin, banned out. Ling 2. USA so far. Doesn't matter what side they're in, they're always banning out the Ling and out the Sask too. So are they setting up for a possible horse pickup? First pick.
Oh, yeah, that's very much possible, right? With these first two picks, or first two bans rather, of USA. I'm actually looking into the fact that USA has pulled up a lot of like alphas, especially in the games yesterday. So I think they might set up for something similar here in this game, or maybe perhaps like a Roger, which we've seen also on Tarzan. So I think USA, they banned away the Ling, knowing that it is the most OP, I would say. The Fanny and the Ling is on top of my list when it comes to the bans. Great way to snowball in the early game, and definitely you can take the game as early as yesterday. We've had a game 9 minutes and 57 seconds from the United States. So I mean if you give out those heroes, it's really going to be hard, not unless you can manage to kind of tangle with them in the early game. So this means that you know, Costa Rica as well, respecting the fact that, you know, USA goes for a lot of these uncontemporary picks, Mirko, and the Phobius actually being banned away. I'm actually wondering if they will ban away White Horse's high loss, which was actually banned away by USA themselves yesterday. So they can actually start up with that. Very safe choice. I think some of the teams also use the high loss in the roam position, very flexible. So let's see if Costa Rica will kind of respond to that. But they're just gonna go for a little bit more of the standard bans here, mostly assassin. So what will USA kind of start out with? Roger?
Your team is picking.
Safe choice.
Safe choice. Definitely Roger. You know, it's a great flex pick. Does really well in both roles that he can flex to, in the gold lane and in the jungle. Instant response though, the Valentina and the Terizla. Really setting up for that jungle to be an assassin too, and having a lot of skirmish power. So Team USA, you might want to take away the jungle now from Team Costa Rica. Or actually, you know what? Yeah, might as well just use the Roger as flex towards the second phase. They can pick up the Julian. That would be a safe choice too if they want to just, you know, pick up a solid jungler. Taken away from what seems to be what Costa Rica are already setting up for. Edith plus the Roger, a lot of skirmishing power, but usually we don't see the Edith when the Valentina is already picked up on the other side, right? So this is definitely a sign that Team USA want to go for a lot of big ultimates to overwhelm the Valentina. And we do see the horse, or White Chicken, aka White Horse here, who's changed his IGN just for the high loss.
Yeah, just for the Americas qualifier. So I guess props to that for White Horse. Definitely, I think he's kind of making a statement here saying that, yep, I'm definitely going to use this. He actually banned this away in the second game yesterday. So coming into this, Valentina just has a whole lot more like ultimates to choose from, and it's going to be really hard to, like, if they all group up together. I mean, if you have a high loss in your composition, you will kind of want to group up together, use the high loss as front. But wow, I really don't know what to say, Mirko, because I honestly love seeing the Carmilla in every single composition, but going up against a super beefy lineup of USA, they don't really have that much peel, not unless they're gonna go for, marksmen that can shred apart the front line, Claude, perhaps maybe even Moskov here, but yeah, we're going into the second banning phase, and the Loi is gonna be taken out here by Costa Rica.
And also, I think the big concern with the Carmilla pick is the fact that for USA, usually you go Carmilla up against a composition that is that wants to really group up. And yes, USA can definitely do that. They can clump up and go for a lot of the team fights together. But I think they have a lot of different options. They actually have ways to team fight it a little bit more chaotically, a little bit more split up. They don't really need to be, as Gideon would put it, very together. They can actually split up quite a bit. So, yeah, the Carmilla is outplayable. You can actually find ways to outplay the Carmilla there. Good Moscow ban coming down here. Does seem like they are thinking of putting the Roger in the gold lane. It does seem like they're just going to try to narrow down as many gold lane, ban out as many gold lane picks here away from Team Costa Rica to give the Roger an amazing lane and maybe still pick up that assassin because it's still up for grabs. It's a Lunox and the Lo Yi ban. Really respecting Hoon. Team Costa Rica here.
I think I was thinking more along the lines of Lilia, but with the performance of Hoon, Mr. Kimchi Man yesterday, I think it's very evident that Costa Rica has been doing their research as well, picking up a whole lot of kills, especially on the first game. So I think it's more of like Costa Rica is just taking in what the USA has showed yesterday and kind of like reflecting it in their draft. The alpha ban comes through here for the United States. Still anticipating the possible jungler here for Costa Rica. Looking at like the other assassins that are available, we don't actually see a lot of like Lancelots, right, Mirko? Mostly like the Lynx, the Hayabusa, and even the Fanny, if you guys are comfortable with it. But does this mean like we're gonna go back into like fighter junglers for this game? Because it seems like the options are so limited.
I think there's definitely a chance to see that. I think for Team Costa Rica, probably, if they still want to go assassin, it'll probably be the Julian. It will put them in a tough spot though, because then they're gonna have to go for. Actually, no, they can still go for a marksman, right, for physical damage, anyways. So it seems they want to just read out what USA want to do. They don't want to rush into that Julian pick just yet. They want to see if the Roger is actually gonna be in the jungle or in the gold lane. And Team USA, they're gonna have to reveal that right now. Based on the composition, I would say Roger Gold makes sense. Going up against the carry, you have a whole lot of prio, and they can actually play around that prio. The Lilia does come into the mid lane together with the Edith here. So, really amazing clear. I mean, just the Edith alone, if you combo it together with any mage, you already have so much mid prio. Now add in the Lilia, and Costa Rica are definitely going to struggle there in the mid lane. But they go for the Roger in the jungle. They pick up a Melissa for the gold lane. So, if you're already expecting the Roger to have a good time, the Melissa is going to have a better time now against the carry.
Yeah, I'm actually okay, the carry was more of like an answer to the Edith and the Hylos, right? Like to kind of be like that tank killer. But with this lineup of the US, it's not going to be easy for the carry, especially even for the early game. Like we were talking about, the Roger laning with the carry is already hard enough. But having the Melissa here, she's definitely going to have a field day here. Not unless Costa Rica can have like somebody that can rotate as fast, clear as fast as the Roger. They still don't have a jungler here. Are they going to go for, again, early game? Because it seems like, again, a very scaling lineup here with the carry. They can sustain on the XP. So will they go for an assassin? Oh, wait. Is this final? So does this mean it's a Carmilla jungle for Costa Rica? I know that is a thing.
Yeah. It is. It is Carmilla jungle. Oh, I mean, it's a very, very interesting composition to see for Costa Rica. I think the big question has got to be how well does the Carmilla actually farm out in the jungle compared to someone like a Roger, who's already been tested. The Roger's been able to farm out so fast in the jungle. You usually are able to. You're up there when it comes to fastest clearers of the jungle. So that's been the big problem for a lot of the utility junglers. Let's see if Carmilla can actually make a name for herself in the jungle again, because we did see this I think 2-3 patches ago.
Yeah, I think for MPL Philippines it was a repeat pick, especially for Sensuif of Blacklist International. He loves picking up this hero. If not, like, it was a switch between this or the Fredrin. I think this was the time when the Assassin still wasn't a thing. So the Carmilla was huge, especially for Blacklist International. I think it's a very good way to layer the combos here as well for Costa Rica. Like if you can't land the Curse of Blood, you still have the Implosion here, or you have the penalty zone. So there's like 3 ways to set up the plays here, whereas USA is more of like, frontlining with the high loss, having the Edit to have that onward. So in terms of setup, I would say that Costa Rica has a whole lot more because you have 3 heroes that can do that. But for the United States, they're going to have to rely on the team fights here that will be set up here by Shark or perhaps even Fried Horse.
You can even add in the Valentina that can still take away the Primal Wrap,
yeah.
Glorious Pathway, and obviously the Black Shoes too. So even if Valentina gets caught in the tough spot, you can always just use that Lilia Black Shoes to get out of a tough situation. So many different ways for Team Costa Rica to actually engage. Like you mentioned, the lockdown is quite ridiculous, right? There's so much really. They can keep on layering that too. So even if Team USA decides to go for multiple Purifies, it's still going to be a big problem for them because the layering of CC might be a bit too much, might be a bit too overwhelming for USA. But if we take a look at the Melissa as well, I really don't think the Purify is even there to go for. I think for sure with the Melissa pick, usually we just see the Inspire. That definitely will put Melon
or even
in a
the
very
Aegis at
dangerous
times.
situation. Yeah. Very, very dangerous situation for Melon here up against the Tig, Terizla, and the Carmilla. And we're still waiting, ladies and gentlemen, to get into the game, so please be patient with us. I believe there is a technical pause right now to try to fix some of the issues that is going on. Trying to troubleshoot that.
Yeah, I think it's a problem since yesterday, so hopefully this time it's going to be a little bit more smoother. Let's just wait for the call from the team to actually get into the Land of Dawn, make it a little bit more exciting this time since BO3 once again here for the United States and Costa Rica. Both of them haven't lost a single match so far in the Americas regional qualifier, so this is going to be very interesting. Somebody is definitely going to break that win streak, and honestly you wouldn't want that, right? So I'm expecting to see a very exciting game. Definitely a lot of team fights here, Mirko. I mean, you can see it already from the lineup of Costa Rica, but United States, they just really know how to work well with every single composition that they put out. So let's see if they can finally, continue their win streak here.
Does seem like from what I am hearing, it does seem like we're going to have a remake a bit there. I'm not too sure if the drafts are going to change, if there's going to be, different picks all around, or if it's just going to be a change in lobby and then they'll have the same exact picks due to some connection issues.
Yep.
I believe. I don't know. Because we did see Hoon have the same problems just yesterday, dying twice on the Chusin. We have confirmation that it will be the same draft. So it won't be, a whole full redraft. It won't be a completely new draft. It'll be the exact same. So at least in that department, we're just going to have to wait now. The only problem might be your patience as a viewer. But it's all good, right? We got me, we got him here to accompany you guys through this a few more minutes as they go back into the drafting phase and repick their hero.
Yeah, it's gonna be blitzing through the draft. It's gonna be really easy, so just be patient. This is what happens sometimes, right? Especially when you get really hyped up about a matchup and it gets delayed. But don't worry, it's gonna be there. And looking again at the lineups of these two, there's really nothing much I can say, right? Like really good drafts coming out from both sides. I would say comforts have been given, but it's a matter of again using it to its fullest potential. You can have all these great like CCs from your skills, especially from Costa Rica, but if you can't pull off these combinations right, it's not gonna work as well. So there has to be that synergy as well. I think that's the same case when you're either casting with somebody new or maybe even for professional players, right? Like you kind of have to get like a vibe check on like, okay, what's this player like? What's his play style like? You kind of have to match that. And I think that's very vital for the newer teams that are coming in here to the America Regional Qualifiers.
Definitely. Every one of these teams are going to have to also kind of throw the jitters out the window because playing online is different as well, right? Again, representing your nation. We were talking about how it's very good in terms of like, yeah, you're going to have that pride, but it can also be a double-edged sword when you represent your nation. In one way, you're going to be very obviously proud to represent your nation. You're going to have a lot of confidence there, but some players actually, when they are put in a position like this, that pressure does tend to actually, impact their performances. And I hope for both these teams, we won't be seeing that, especially for Costa Rica, because in this matchup, obvious favorites are going to be Team United States. And I hope for Costa Rica they don't see it that way. I hope for them they see United States, the players there as just normal human beings. Because I think when we're talking about favorites versus underdogs, the longest time how the underdogs have been able to come out on top, at least in Southeast Asia, has been this is the saying: they are all human too. They're normal. They also eat the same rice we eat, right? That's a term that we usually say, and it's great to have that behind your mind, like in your mind, while you're playing up against some of the top dogs of MLBB in the American region. For Costa Rica, they're very, very new. They can use that to maybe utilize how United States can actually underestimate them. Because again, when we're talking about some of these countries who are definite favorites coming into the matchups, they do tend to underestimate their opponents, not respecting them, and going for a lot of overextensions. And yes, like you said, it has happened. It's happened way too much for us to really count anyone out.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at what you mentioned earlier too, like in MSC, right? I think, it was YDG, Yodo Red Giants, that won the MSC, right? And I think especially for the Southeast Asian region, I think a lot of us are either preparing for like the Indo versus PH matchup, or maybe like it's usually that case, right? Or PH versus PH. Some people would say like Indo versus Indo, but I think a lot of teams really underestimated like YDG, and that's probably the reason why too that they were able to come up on top and actually eventually get in the win for MSC. So I think it really stunned a lot of people in Southeast Asia, and especially for people who have been following the MLBB scene. So hopefully in these regions that are developing, I would really love to see a little bit more competition, and having tournaments like Iesf, like regional qualifiers for every single country. It's just a really nice, it's a breath of fresh air, I would say, especially for the teams who really want to make it out there, make a name for themselves, and eventually get into the world stage.
Getting to the world stage is already really, really tough for some of them, right? And that's why for me personally, it's always good to see, I mean, for ISF, I really just love ISF all the way from 2021 because it has given a lot of other regions, a lot of even just, nations in the regions some more spotlight. Because all the way in the last 3 years, when have we ever heard of Costa Rica, Guatemala playing in the international stage for MLBB? So it really is giving the spotlight to a lot of the regions that a lot of the countries that we personally don't think about when we're talking about MLBB. And the fact that now they have a platform where they can perform, where they can show the world that, we're here, we understand the meta too, and we can be just as good as long as we get the time and the platform to show the world that maybe America is the next new powerhouse in terms of, continents for MLBB.
I've been hanging out on Discord.
From Africa
I've been hanging
and Europe
out on
as
Discord.
well.
It's crazy. Like, I mean, it's crazy, Miracle. Like, I've been reading all these threads, right? And they've been requesting like servers. Like, okay, hey, we have a lot of players from. One of them was Africa. Like, Africa really requested like a specific server because they have a lot of players who are very devoted to the game, and we don't even know about it, right? Because we've been so focused on specific regions. So having tournaments like this, it's just great to have, especially for the teams, again, who want to make it out there. But there you have it, guys. Thank you so much for waiting. We're going to be heading into the Land of Dawn here. This is USA versus Costa Rica for another best out of 3 here today. We're going to kickstart it off with this. And looking at the lineups, I wouldn't say somebody has more of an advantage. I'd just say Costa Rica just has a lot more tools when it comes to the engages. But knowing USA, right? I mean, they've pulled off a 2-0 yesterday in a very, very strong fashion as well. So, I mean, coming into this game, they shouldn't underestimate Costa Rica, but then again, show their dominance up against them here in game number 1.
You can already see, the winning matchups that they've already drafted for themselves here in the mid lane. Amazing mid prio here coming in from USA, and also in the bottom side of the map. You see that Melon is able to utilize the muddle, so really just bully AO from the lane on the carry. Very short range, so very easy to punish there on the Melissa. It seems, for both these teams, they're really not rushing into anything despite having that mid prio. USA taking things slow. They don't really want to go for anything too crazy at the start of the game.
It's actually a Purify carry here who's rocking a Quantum Charge. Like, sometimes you would see like a carry go for like a Brave Smite, right? To be a little bit more tankier, probably go for the Vengeance. That was the thing. It was actually nerfed for a while, so that's no longer something that is seen in the gold lane. But definitely, I would say that's a very hard matchup for Costa Rica coming into this matchup, right? I think this is the only lane that will probably struggle, especially from the start. Like the XP lane, I would say a fair matchup between the Terizla and the Hylos, but again, you have to get the clear advantage. As you can see, mid laners are already rotating towards the top side. The Valentina as well as Kimchi Man already getting or hoping to get that level 4 power spike before the turtle.
Turtle spawns in the game, and we don't see, any maneuvers towards it. Usually when the turtle spawns, we already see just so much pressure being placed down. Good positions back in the bottom lane. Now using the go away to displace Aeon to get that extra damage with the Inspire. It's a solo kill down below for the winning matchup, and only now do USA make their move. Shark, that Primal Wrath can be stolen away by Derail there on the Valentina. Seems like she wants to go for the
penalty zone.
The MOBA stream into the back. Tarzan still able to survive now. White Horse pawning the glorious pathway down. Shark still holding on to the Primal Rat. Tarzan very low. Seems like they're just gonna try zone Lin away. Shark able to go for the Primal Rat, dealing a whole lot of damage. MOBA stream gonna lose his life there as Mag Shark continues the damage with the Primal Wrath. On the Crystal Blood earlier. Good implosion now with the shove back onto White Horse, who's just so tanky. Shark, the roamer, picking up 2 kills. That's a double.
Wow, what was that coming out from the Primal Rat? Often overlooked, and I think for Shark, he really popped in the Primal Rat at the nick of time, right? Like when everybody's low, there's a kind of like a stun and a slow as well coming out from the Primal Rat. So as in the team fights, like you would expect like Costa Rica to win. You got like Forsaken Danny on the Tigreal, you got Lin as well on the Carmilla. Plus to add it all up, you got the Terizla as well to set up the penalty zone. I would say like they popped in their ultimates way too early. That's why it was a bit hard as well when it came to the team fights in the Turtle, wherein USA just got a better hold of the Turtle and the team fights as well.
Definitely. And now you can see the way that Shark is already utilizing his lead, invading so far out. Now caught in the implosion. Does have the Primal Wrath, unable to get it done now. Forsaken Danny with a knockup onto Kimchi Man, who doesn't have the black shoes. Can't get out now. Costa Rica on the board, getting 2 kills.
This is the thing about the purifies coming through from the side of USA, or perhaps like even the flickers out, right? Like there's just either you flicker out to safety, but then there's like 2 ways to engage here for Costa Rica, like the Curse of Blood, and then right after that you have the implosion. So I think that's something that Costa Rica is using to their advantage. But here, from the top side, Tarzan and White Horse onto MOBA stream there. 2 versus 1, and now we see Mega Shark as well, giving vision out to the United States. We don't see a lot of the damage coming through just yet, but pokes are coming through though.
Yeah, Primal Wrath basic attacks now. Ale trying to dish out some damage. Melon forced back there as Kimchi Man does the same thing. Tarzan rotating towards the bottom lane. Doesn't seem like anybody's going to be picked off there. And Forsaken Danny also surviving without utilizing the flicker. So really, really well played there. Saving their resources to set up for the next neutral objective, which is going to be Turtle number 2. That's spawning up top. And maybe in the first Turtle for Costa Rica, they weren't really able to fully utilize, these big ultimates. But this time, with a lot of the resources they saved from the previous encounter with USA down below, it should be a better spot to fight for Costa Rica.
Yeah, but the problem is MOBA Stream though is not having a good time here up against White Horse up on the XP. You see, he's already suffered 2 vets, which is kind of like making him double think if he wants to join in the team fights, but he has to, right? He's the one that has to zone away the side of USA. And what's really deadly is also the glorious pathway coming out from White Horse that just kind of slows down every single one. There's a continued play though here from Danny.
Little Earth Shatter to stop Danny there. Curse of Blood connecting on the 2 members. Actually, 3. Tarzan going to be caught as well. Goes in for the like and pounds and Forsaken Danny. Despite getting the implosion, will be taken out by Shark. Now, even though they got the neutral objective, the glorious pathway gets placed down. Now they're going to be rammed down completely. Zoral running away onto the other side. But Kimchi Man was waiting. He knew how to just rotate over to outmaneuver Zoral, and all that time Melon was still in the bottom lane, helping out, clearing out the wave, and then going into the mid lane to take turret number 1.
Yep, it's a double lane here for Melon. Clear advantage for the gold there, and now, oh no, Ali in trouble here.
Great flank from Shark with the Earth Shatter, knocking her up. Danny has the flicker, goes in alone, will use the flicker to escape there. Tried to save Ali, but it was just way too tough of a spot to get out from.
I mean, there's a lot of slows coming out from the Lilia here of Kimchi Man. Plus, I see like a lot of the skills are being used defensively instead of offensively. And now without the flicker out, that's going to be Danny out once again. Although Costa Rica manages to kind of go in with the goal lead, but now we see the slows coming out from Whitehorse once again.
Glorious pathway there set down. Mlbb with the Inspire just dealing so much damage. The Mono Zerel not able to survive despite using the Primal Wrath. Oh, he's able to get out just barely, popping the regen in time to get just a little bit of HP she needs to survive there. But 10-2, 7 minutes still. Dominant game for Team USA despite, you know, all of the initiation power, all the CC set power that Costa Rica have built for themselves in the draft. And it's a massive gold lead at this point in the game. It is 6,000 to the side of USA at 7 minutes.
It's gonna keep ballooning like this. I mean, there were definitely Costa Rica was able to get in one turtle, but they haven't been able to convert. I think that's the real problem here, right? For the United States, like you've seen, it's like a 2K lead, and afterwards it just balloons all the way to 6 to 7K, and it's all because of the turrets that they've taken in, and they never forget to convert. And right now, it seems like a team fight is gonna erupt here as Mlbb stream. Tarzan.
Tarzan stunned up. Lin going for some damage. Tarzan be caught in the Thunderbolt there. Forsaken Danny. Good implosion on the 3 with a 3-man knockup too. Zerel with the Primal Wrap. But look at the healing. White Horse. The damage of Costa Rica just tickles the horse as he marches forward. That Revitalize really doing work. You can see Ale in the bottom side of the map looking for the trade back. And he will be able to get the tier 2. Doesn't seem like he is though. Seems like he'll be forced to recall. Does get it in time. Has done enough damage to the turret to really threaten it, to force those 2 members to rotate down below. It seems from Melon, even though the jungler is not alive, even though Tarzan was taken down earlier, Melon still wants to go for it. Knows that technically for Costa Rica, there's no way for them to contest.
Yep, they're that confident to take in this first lord. And we talked about this, Mirko, earlier, that you know, sometimes having the first lord can actually seal the deal here for the United States. Oh no, Lin!
Oh,
man, what a way to go.
In your own jungle. That's brutal. That is brutal. And USA, this is what they like to do when they're just so far ahead. They walk up. They have no respect for territory. Melon again doing so much damage onward there. Coming down to Tarzan with the execution, with the Lycan pounce. Mlbb stream. He's the frontliner. He couldn't even soak in the damage from any one of them. Tarzan isn't even going for the full damage build. Bit of utility there plays down with the Thunderbelt. Lin respawning back up, but Kimchi Man just zoning them away from the base turret. In the 9th minute of the game, Tarzan again walking forward inside of the base. It seems like for the Holy Defense in the bottom lane, they're going to be able to bait it out. And all this time, you probably expect, you know, that the Lord was used to go in for that base, for that siege. No, you still have the Lord marching down up top, and also a big wave down below. Dark hovering over again now. Mlbb stream looking for a moment, trying to go for the penalty zone, but they're gonna have to combo it really well. White Horse walking up front again. Melon getting some good hits on, and the Lord is still at full HP. Only now do they look to go up top, and I think at this point they're gonna lose more than just that one base turret up top. It's gonna be the mid lane taken down as well. Tarzan and Melon just gunning it down slowly but surely. Now with the poke, see the glooms.
There are
back and
minions.
forth. And now should be all 3 base turrets, with them getting another wave in the bottom lane. Not too sure if they want to actually force this out though. The end of the 10th minute of the game. They aren't so far ahead. They got to respect the damage and the CC that Costa Rica still have. They're just hovering over.
Yeah, I mean, the minion waves are crashing through. We're gonna wait for that implosion, wait for that curse of blood, but there's just a lot of pokes, especially coming out from Kimchi Man, right? It makes the frontliners really tank up all of the damage, and you know, even with the Athena shield coming out from Lin and Danny, it's just a whole lot of damage coming out from the Lilia here, and it's really what's making it hard here for Costa Rica to actually move forward, have those nice setups. But then again, they can go for the punish here up against USA, but Mega Shark gonna try to go for Lin here. He manages to escape though, but the minion waves, there's definitely a lot of pressure here coming out from the side of the United States. Again, Costa Rica, they have it in their toolkit. They can go for all of these place or counter engages up against the United States, but they choose not to do so. Instead, they just go for the clearing of the wave and manages to survive the first lord.
I feel for Costa Rica. I don't know what to say, you know? For Costa Rica, they picked up the carry because they saw the horse. They saw the Edith, some big, chunky boys that can frontline. But even with the carry. What's surprising is the fact that Shark again.
Oh, wow.
Now glorious pathway, Lin absolutely obliterated. Danny forced to shove back now with defensive implosion. It's a penalty zone to lock them down as well, but it doesn't matter. White Horse doesn't take damage. Tarzan able to escape. White Horse still leading the charge of the cavalry. Finally taken low, but still it's not enough. The revitalized grants them all the HP back. Now with the glooms, it leaves the base so open for everyone to go for it. It's 1-0, 11 minutes in for United States.
Can I say that the Lilia pick coming out from the side of United States and even the Melissa, it was just a lot of pokes. Plus the glorious pathway from White Horse seems to be, it's always impeccable. Every time he lays it out, like you just slow every single member down from Costa Rica, which is what really makes it hard for them to set up the plays. Props to them though. Like I have to be honest, I really like the draft coming out from them, but you know, knowing that you're going up against the United States, you might have to pull something different, right? And they seem to have the answers with their two main damage dealers coming into this game. I was expecting to see maybe some implosions, some Curse of Bloods, but most of the time it seems to be either a defensive type of play coming out from the side of Costa Rica, as United States, they're going to be sealing this game a little bit longer. I would say like almost like 12 minutes, right? So I would say like a standard game coming out from them, but still a very dominant one coming into this game number one. And they're going to be at a match point, Mirko, for the next game.
The window kind of closed very, very early on for them. I think turtle number 2 was the best time to actually go for a lot of these fights, you know, force it out. But unfortunately for Costa Rica, they were unable to look for these fights early on, really due to USA denying that away. Because I remember turtle number 1, USA, they obviously were at a disadvantage when we're talking about pure setup for the first turtle. Costa Rica, they have a Tigreal, a Valentina that can steal their Primal Rat. They have a Terizla, and last but definitely not least, they have a Carmilla. So this composition was really built to go on for the neutral objectives. They want to contest the neutral objectives, but unfortunately, Team USA said, we're not really going to go for the contest. We're just going to farm it up. Again, utilize the power in the Roger to go for a few more, you know, farm. And it seems like for Costa Rica, they were kind of lost. It seems like they were just trying to react to the maneuvers of USA instead of being proactive. And I think with this kind of composition, you need to be proactive. You need to be the ones to start out with that first turtle. You need to be the ones calling the charge and calling a lot of the, you know, places to fight. Because if they did utilize the first turtle to just, you know, I mean, if they use the timers properly to go for the first turtle and force a fight there, I think for sure it would have turned out a bit different, at least for the first turtle. But, you know, the consistency all throughout, the discipline for Team USA, the Shark, this man has been on top of the Mlbb world a couple of times, and you can definitely see the gameplay still being there. Only really dying once, overextending, and after that, learning from that experience, and then playing it a bit more safe.
Oh, wow. It's the crossbow for the one of the items here of Shark, actually going for a little bit more of the damage eaten, apart from, you know, building defensively. And, you know, going into like the first turtle, right, like you were talking about it, Mirko, Shark was one of the players that actually really made Team USA win that fight. There were attempts from Costa Rica. They were able to get the second turtle, but definitely not enough, because by that time the United States, they were already pushing in all the towers from sides, even the mid lane. So it was really difficult to kind of get the neutral objectives once the mid tower is gone. So for Costa Rica, there was a lot of defensive plays that happened, not a lot of like aggressive ones that we are actually going to be expecting from them, knowing that they got a Tigreal, they got the Carmilla, and even the Terizla, which we really didn't see much of the action. There were attempts, but it's more of like, oh, I used it defensively, not really a way to kind of change the tides of the game.
Not really. Again, like you mentioned, I think towards the end, they had to just use those abilities defensively. These proactive abilities reactively. You'd expect Edith to be the one reacting to a lot of the skirmishes, a lot of the engage potential that Team Costa Rica had, but unfortunately that was not the case. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a 6-minute break before we get into the next game. So, be right back. We're back, everybody. Welcome back to game number 2, still of match number 1. USA still leading 1-0 after that dominant showing with the horse. Seems like a lot of the chat, a lot of the audience members, they really were entertained by the horse, by the white horse.
Ban the horse. That's what they're
Ban
saying.
the horse.
Yeah, just ban the horse. They did actually. The USA banned the horse for the second game.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. So I don't know. Are they gonna be on the blue side? Are they gonna be on the red side? We're gonna have to find out, right? Like usually, I think if USA is gonna be on the red side, they do have this ban on the high loss. A very, I would say, niche pick coming out from the United States. We've seen it also in Southeast Asia. It does work out for some of the compositions. I think the first time I've seen it, Mirko, was actually not in this patch, but like patches ago, seasons ago. I think it was it Yums or Todak that actually used it? I remember it very well because it was a high loss coming up, and I was like, is this a roam? It's actually an XP. So it actually worked out well before, and this time, like with Fight Horse using it, it's just an absolute menace to deal with. You don't have any way to stop it. You kind of sort of see the damage coming out from the carry, but then again, you know, there was a lot of pokes from game number 1, so it was really hard. I do see that Costa Rica has an understanding of the game, but you know, to be able to be at par with the United States when it comes to the skill and overall macro and micro gameplay is another story for them.
I think the biggest problem is the fact that technically for Costa Rica, they already had ways to try to counter the horse, right? They had the carry. They looked like, okay, carry with a lot of lockdown. That's the idea that they're going for. The fact that they already have the Valentina to steal away the Primal Wrath 2, that's 2 members that can actually deal so much damage over towards the horse. How did the horse survive a carry and a Valentina that can steal Edith all, right? They revitalize. And honestly, I think it's the fact that they played around the horse. They played around Fight Horse so much in the early game. They really enabled him. And it got to a point where even though Terizla was picked up, that's a good lane up against the horseman. It wasn't utilized properly. They weren't able to play with the strong side of the Terizla. They were not able to shut the horse down. So if they want to let the horse go again, I think they definitely have to make some of those adjustments in game number 2, where they need to rotate over the XP lane and leave the gold lane a bit more this weak side. This time, the adjustment is blue side for Costa Rica. Still, no changes in the bans. It does seem for Team USA, still with the Ling here. It might actually still also ban out the chip. But for Costa Rica, they are the ones to ban out the Valentina.
This is interesting though. Usually like when you're on the blue side, you usually kind of like just ban away or have like these respect bans allotted for your ban slot, right? But this time they actually ban out a lot of these like meta heroes that can actually leave up to USA. But you know, no respect ban yet on the horse, which we've been talking about for the past few minutes. I'm not so sure if that's going to be the last ban for USA, because they did that for game number 2 yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. They took away the high loss, but now Costa Rica, there's a lot to take in here. A lot of the assassins that were banned out in game number 1 have to be taken into consideration. The Zask as well. These heroes are definitely deserve that ban slot. Now USA, last ban slot, the Hayabusa was banned away earlier. Will they go for the high loss ban? It's kind of like, you know, Fight Horse is like, I'm the only one who can horse around here. Like, it has to be me that picks up that high loss. But if they don't ban it away, will Costa Rica kind of go for that? Like, will they steal away the high loss? But that kind of leaves like the Roger open for USA to take. Right. They also got the Terizla. So there's just a lot of things to take in. And that's what you get, especially when you have this niche pick coming out from your team. You can really force the opponent to pick up like something else, or force them to steal away your pick. The high loss is actually still open, by the way.
Yeah, so I think for Team USA, they're just very, very confident that White Horse is probably the only guy who can actually utilize the horse in the American regional qualifiers. They banned out the horse yesterday against Guatemala, so maybe there's something we don't know about Guatemala, right? Maybe they've been able to utilize the high loss a lot as well in the previous games, but Costa Rica, big decision to make now. They take away the high loss, but, you know, possibly put their XP in a hero that he's not comfortable on. Mlbb Stream.
Wow.
On the Terizla last time, they first picked the Hayabusa, and it just gives the opportunity for that Phoveus to be picked up together with the Cho, actually. Team USA, so you can already see the confidence building up here for Team USA, and it's the same pattern, Burger King. We saw it yesterday. Game 1, White Horse played the horse. Game 2, they banned the horse. This time they don't ban the horse, but it's still the Phoveus pick. Exactly. Revamped Phoveus, by the way, guys. And this Phoveus was actually banned out by Costa Rica previously, game 1.
Yep. Again, this is a region or a country that does not have a loss yet here in the American regional qualifiers. And going into this game, this is match point already for the USA, and it's so bold for them to start out with a Hayabusa. There's just so many ways you can shut down the Hayabusa, shut down the early game it has. You got the Phobius here. You got the Cho as well to kind of like make it a little bit harder here for Lin in the jungle. Such a power pick coming out from Costa Rica, but there's answers here from USA. They also got themselves a Loi here, which I believe was banned out in game number 1. A lot of diversion plays that can be made, a lot of ways to kind of disrupt USA as well with the ganks, but USA as well goes for all of these picks that are also pretty good as well, like Phovis to answer out to the Hayabusa, the Cho, and then you got a Julian to kind of wrap it all up in a nice bow and say, yep, this is going to be our lineup for the first phase now, which means that they still need a mid laner, not unless it's going to be a Julian mid, and of course something as well for Melon to go up against the Claude.
I don't know how crazy USA are with their picks here, because obviously I think the normal roles that these picks will be going to is the Julian will be going jungle, Phobius XP, and then Cho roam. But we have been seeing the Cho actually played in the XP lane. We've seen the Phobius go mid sometimes. I don't know if it's the same case for the revamped version. And also Julian we've seen in the mid lane too. And I know for sure that Hoon can actually utilize that Julian in the mid lane, right? So technically for USA, it's still all flex. Meanwhile, for Costa Rica, none of their picks are flex. We all know where the Loi, Claude, and the Hayabusa are going. And that's why we still see the Roger ban here as well. And as the Faramis comes through too. Good bans by USA, though, really just setting up for the Cho, Julian, by banning out the Tigreal and the Kufra. Two of the big roamers that can actually stop the Julian in his tracks with those dashes, that bouncing ball, and instant CC coming in from the implosion. For USA, gold lane and mage should be the picks that they go for here. I think a safe gold lane to go for would definitely be a Moskov. Good survivability as well. I think the only problem with the Moskov pick would be the Hayabusa, so they go for something a bit safer. They want to go for the Beatrix, making the gold lane a non-lane. So Melon's just going to be farming out clearing Ale a whole lot of the times. But let's see what's the response for Costa Rica here, because usually when we see Beatrix, a lot of XP laners want to go for something like a Yu Zhong to go for her, knowing that Beatrix is one of the gold laners that can actually, or can't actually, bring anything except for the flick.
You definitely need to reach that Beatrix, and having that Yuzong, right, could be good in the lane, especially up against the Phobius that still needs that level 4 power spike to get that demonic force up. So that's something that Costa Rica can take in. I would say it's a very good pickup as well with the Loi. I know it has like additional voice lines. I always like geek out about this because whenever they're together in the battlefield, you got like that additional hidden voice lines, and at the same time, there's a lot of potential for this kind of draft. They lock in the Edith as well here for the final pick. I would say that Costa Rica doesn't really have like a solid like tank in the front line, nor does USA. So I think it's a matter of again, for Costa Rica, there's a lot of potential with the Loi for the ganks, especially onto the gold lane, knowing that they have a whole lot more pokes with the Claude and the Loi. And as for USA, they need to kind of seal the deal here with their mid laner. Something for Kimchi Man. He played the Lilia earlier. I would say it's also a great wave clear regardless, and with the Hayabusa I'd still say it's a very good pick. You got the survivability with the black shoes, so I think a Lilia should still be up for consideration here for USA.
Yeah, I have to agree. If they really want to go for the safe choice, it probably is the Lilia. If it was not a Yuzong, I think the Vixana could be good, but yeah, exactly here now we have to take a look at what's the flex now. Where's the Arlet gonna go? See, that's why I was saying it's kind of, I don't know how US want to go with this draft, but obviously they can go very different ways. And it seems, yes, the Phobius will be going into the mid lane based on how it's, how it is looking right now. Arlet on White Horse, right? And Kimchi Man is on the Phobius, unless you don't actually get to see the real trades. But hey, I'll leave it up to Team USA to go for some last minute changes to make the draft that looked kind of scary up against, Costa Rica's amazing, just a very prio draft. But hey, I think they've done it. They've made the composition look very, very threatening, especially if Kimchi Man is able to utilize this Phobius properly.
Yeah, it's like USA is like, yeah, let's put out the Phobius, make them think. It's actually
it.
White Horse. White Horse is going to be rocking it. But I've seen this Phobius in the mid lane. I would say clear pokes, it will definitely favor Costa Rica's Loyi. But then again, getting that level 4 power spike right before the turtle fight is going to be essential, especially for this Phobius that can be a game changer, especially up against, these dash heroes coming out from Costa Rica. As we head into the land of Dawn here, Mirko, for the match point between USA and Costa Rica.
Here it is, Tarzan on the Julian, Lin on the Hayabusa. It's already a different, I think, pace in the game, last game it was a bit slower considering Lin was on utility, so he really didn't want to go for a lot of the fights early on, wanted to just go and play it safe, clear out in the jungle, and then look for some of these gangs. So with Lin finally on an assassin, maybe we get to see a bit more of the aggression coming in from Costa Rica, and I think it's a great way to go up against Team USA. You need to try to match that early aggression because, I don't know if you guys watched Game 1, but USA were pretty damn aggressive. Kimchi Man, though, still doing a good job in the mid lane despite being placed on a Phobius. Usually it's a bit tough there to actually clear out against someone like a Loyi, but the Cho definitely helps here when it comes to clear. Really good stuff early on with the Concussive Blast. They're able to actually win out, which is very, very impressive stuff.
We see Melon as well, really cornering Ale here on his lane, like making sure he doesn't get out of the turret, which is quite of course, a win here for the gold lane. And looking at how USA is playing this, they're already rotating towards the turtle side. And as you can see, the R-Lot here as well of White Horse is already chunked down to half HP. And this is what I mentioned earlier, that the Yuzong definitely has a very good advantage in the early game, not unless USA has something to say about it.
Yeah, luckily, Kimchi Man, not level 4 just yet. That could have been lethal. Lin, forced to recall just as the turtle spawns. And for Team USA, the same composed, cold-blooded USA that we saw in game number 1. They are just playing it as slow as they can, right? Not really rushing into these neutral objectives, too. It's done by Flying Horse, waiting for the Furious dive there. Now the gang coming down as well. Shark able to pick up first blood. Utilizing the core fundamentals of the game, man. Properly playing it around. Way the dragon now into the immobilization and the enhanced scythe. Oh, good G Kundo. One more hit should do it. Forsaken Danny still able to escape. Now it's Shark just going at it. Another stun down with the final slash. Takes Zariel down in the bottom lane. And it's an all-out win. Shark still wanted to go for some more. Despite not having the way the dragon goes up against the assassin. And now the demonic force procs. You can see it on top of them. And this is what makes the Phobius scary now. He can proc it himself.
I mean, they've got the side of Costa Rica so contained. Even down to the side lanes here, they made sure that they got that level 4 for Kimchi Man as well as Flight Horse so that they can go for the full engage. And now look at this, Mirko. They're actually invading the jungle side of Costa Rica.
Final slash coming down earlier there. Good Black Dragon Form coming down as well. Now it's going to be Kimchi Man once again jumping back and forth. Finally taken down, though, by Mlbb Stream. White Horse still able to set up for Tarzan, though, to go for the clear in the jungle. So it actually ends up still being worth it for USA. There's no real shutdowns there. And Melon is just chunking the mid lane turret like it's nothing. Half of its HP. So much gold placed down on the Beatrix, who's already ahead of the Claude. And now, rotations up top. Shark noticing Ales right there. I think they have time to purify. He does have it just right here.
Dragon.
Purifies up. And perfectly timed now with the Blazing New Red coming down onto Melon, but still it's not going to be enough.
Diversion!
With a diversion up top. That's a good catch from Forsaken Danny. And Zariel. Kimchi Man still around now, utilizing Infernal Pursuit. Back and forth. Sees from Magus Shark. Not too sure if they actually want to go for this. Forsaken Danny. Wow. I think anticipating the Infernal Pursuit, and he was right. Kimchi Man jumping back and forth again. Now fighting another one onto Lin. Infernal Pursuit. No. This time, not going to go for it. One more time, Lin decides to go for a risky play.
Yep.
And gets shot back there.
Super risky, I would say. I mean, you got a Phobius, and then you wanted to dive in, right? Like, it automatically activates the demonic force. Going back to Melon here, though, there was a nice catch coming out from Costa Rica on the top side. They played that diversion really well and was able to kind of take down Melon for the price of Ale there on the top side. Melon was already racking up the levels ahead up against Ale, and now it seems to be that case. Instantly bursted down there by the Beatrix. Another diversion play comes up, though. Melon in trouble, forced to flicker out.
Still taken down. Good shadow kill earlier by Lin. Really good placement on the quad shadow too, but that will give the opportunity to Team USA to actually just go for the turtle uncontested because the retribution was already used up earlier. Tarzan, the enhanced sword forward. Now Kimchi Man, Infernal Pursuit into the back, just going for it again. Lin able to escape just a bit right right here as Flying Horse joins the team fight. Kimchi Man picking another, the final slash from Flying Horse into the Vengeance, and the last hit now. Seems like for Shark, it's another way to Dragon. Really trying to bait out the Purified. Ale does pop the Purified. Tarzan chasing it down, enhanced chain, forcing Ale to go and jump back. And now with the BMI backwards, Shark is still able to escape. Flying Horse, Vengeance, and reset again with the Thunderbelt proc, finding the kill despite all the maneuvers from Ale.
Wow, Flying Horse just outmaneuvering Ale there, like going in for the retaliation, and now even under their own turret, they still got a minion wave here. And you know what, for Kimchi Man, that ultimate, having that ultimate up kind of disables Costa Rica from going in for further engages. Like one status up, like the Infernal Pursuit, it's gonna kind of catch them off guard. And now we see again an engage from Stark. Gets bursted out instantly here by Melon, who has already been winning in the lanes. He got a double lane, got the mid lane, got the gold lane, and now he's been clearing up the wave so fast.
Forsaken Danny, even the frontliner. Now you see him, now you don't. Magic tricks here by Team USA, just utilizing all of their leads at this point of the game. Take control of the game, and that's why the Cho and the Beatrix, usually the Kaja Beatrix, is such a lethal combination. Oh no, Lin. He does have the quad shadow, though he doesn't now. No. Full engage, forcing him to go for the shadow kill. There's Zappy chiming in well. Melon finding the shot after the shadow kill gets used up by Lin. Well played. They do lose Kimchi Man, but I think that is a trade that they are willing to take. Still no shutdowns for Costa Rica. White Horse going for the final slash there. Fortunately, at this time, not able to find a target. But Melon, shout outs to him, man. He's been so consistent on this Beatrix.
Yeah, he's 3 levels ahead of Ale as well, who's already suffered 4 deaths here. 0-4-1 on the Claude. Even with the temporal range, you can imagine that he wants to go in for the full engage, like having that spammable skill sets. But now it seems to be Melon winning in the lane, and at the same time you see Melon joining a whole lot more of the team fights here coming out from the side of USA. All the turtles went to the side of USA. You see the final slash here coming out from them.
And away the Dragon, right into Melon, who's just going to be able to delete Forsaken Danny's HP. Kimchi Man finding the Demonic Force procs once again. Under the turret, doesn't matter. Duriel already forced back again. Melon, you can see the cheeky plays here, already going to Renner. Maybe looking for another snipe down as Team USA play it slow. Once again, they've already gone to Lord. They really don't need to... Oh, maybe they do want to still rush it. Shark jumping forward. Lin again forced out of his own jungle, and he builds the Sky Piercer. 1-4 in this game, and you know they aren't quite behind, so that is a very interesting pickup.
Yeah, we did talk about the Sky Piercer, right? Like, you get to have a little bit more deaths. Like earlier, that was 0, no deaths coming out from Lin, and right after the Sky Piercer suffers 1 death, but Mega Shark goes in for the gauge a little bit too deep though.
I think they was trying to combo it together with Melon Snipe. Unfortunately for them, Zeral was able to tank up the shot, and even then, Zeral lost like a quarter. I mean, lost his HP, just down to a quarter of his health, which is very, very concerning. The Beatrix is scaled up, is snowballed out of control, rather, not scaled up, and now they're going to go for the siege in the mid lane. It does seem like even for Ale, he's going to struggle. They're going for a final slash out of 3 members, bringing him back into the Infernal Pursuit once again. Kimchi Man jumping back and forth, but it is Melon again who tries to go for the Renner's Apathy this time, unable to find its mark. Holy Defense popped in the mid lane. By the way, the game has been going on so fast. I thought that turtle was a Lord. Oh, they haven't even gone the Lord. 9 minutes in, we've just entered the 9th minute of the game, and they are cracking the Holy Defense open. They're gonna go for a base turret without the Lord. Shark is 1v1ing Ale up top. The BMI defensively, Shark again. Definitely has the Jikudo coming back in again. Melon still able to kite away up top. It's gonna be a solo kill to Shark.
What was happening there on the top side? Like, we were so busy focusing all our eyes here on the engages here by Costa Rica onto their base. But then again, it's going to be the same story here for Kimchi Man. As long as he keep dashing, he's just going to go for the Infernal Pursuit here, which is what really makes it hard here for Costa Rica, right? Like, you get chunked down really low, and then you get taken down by either Melon or White Horse. And look at how Tarzan just soloing the first Lord here. The fastest game that the United States had was 9 minutes and 57 seconds. This time, I think after this first Lord, with only the inhibitors left here and how aggressive they've been playing here for the past few minutes, it might just be a siege, not unless, Danny goes for something here, or maybe even Mlbb Stray. But Melon, though,
Great pickoff. That's an amazing shutdown for Lin. It definitely looks like, the Sky Piercer at least is working out for Lin. He does have a few stacks. Shark, goes into the back, finding the way. The Dragon dodging away from the Earth Shatter and finding the kill. Just as I say, the stacks might be racking up. He takes it away. Shark,
the man of the game. I mean, at this point, suffering 3 deaths, diving under the turret, it does not matter as long as he gets to take down the right target. He's a man with a mission here for Shark. I think coming into this game, Lord is marching down mid side. Ale once again trying to make something happen over the lane onto the top side, but they have to defend up against this Lord. Half HP already as Fried Horse going in for the final slash, not fighting anything as of the moment just yet. But it seems like Costa Rica manages to clear out the Lord, but there's still enhanced minion waves coming in. So USA, again, we're gonna have to wait for Shark to make in the plays, or perhaps Costa Rica tries to go in for some play. Kimchi Man answers out with the Infernal Pursuit, and that could be something that they should watch out for, especially coming into the 12-minute mark, or rather the 11-minute mark of the game.
you can see Shark down around, waiting for the way. The Dragon Lin decides to go for the quad shadow. Oh no!
Oh, the final slash too!
Slash from Flying Horse into the Miru's Passion, and now it's just Forsaken. Danny Melon has the triple kill. Wants to go for the Maniac. They're all going to be concealing inside now. Are they going to go for the Maniac? It doesn't seem like Forsaken Danny wants to give it to them. They're all going to dive into the base, into the fountain. Forsaken Danny with a flicker forward now, but they're just going to end the game. Same timers almost as game number 1. 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Congratulations to Team United States.
Calm before the storm for the United States. I mean, I was waiting for either a pickoff, an engage from Costa Rica, but even managing to dive into the base, what really sealed the deal there for the final, that final clash was the final slash actually coming out from White Horse that managed to snag in at least 3 members, and right after that was only Forsaken Danny that was left in that base. And obviously the Edict does not really have that much wave clear. It's only coming out from the Primal Rat, and going up against 5 members of the United States, definitely not an easy task to defend the base. They just lock it in. They were attempting to go for the Maniac, but unfortunately it was just game over as the clock ticked in to the 11-minute mark. I would say Costa Rica here again really was a little bit more passive here in this game as compared to like game number 1, and United States was just able to get in all of these neutral objectives very early on.
Way too early. This composition snowballed out of control way too early, and I think it is due to the first turtle. And it wasn't even, a turtle take, really. Team USA just forced the fight before the turtle, and then they continued to spiral out of control with a few of these ganks and really well-timed battle spells. Well-timed usage of the battle spells. Like when they timed the battle spell after, Ale has used it, because up top they went for the gank just with 1 second on that Purify for Ale, and a lot of these forced errors just being made. Some really good shots from Melon. Gotta give props to Melon on this Beatrix, man, because he was just lethal on the snipes.
Yep.
Even though you're so far ahead, it's still hard to hit, those targets with the Redder. I'm pretty bad at Beatrix, so I would know. But for Shark as well, man, this play was just crazy. Waiting for the quad shadow and ultimately really shutting down Lin, and that beautiful, what's it called? I think that definitely comes down. That play will go into like a top 10 most satisfying moments video, because man, 4-man final slash, you don't see that every day.
Beautifully laid out here. I mean, we thought it was just a glorious pathway for White Horse, but even the final slash was just impeccable here for this game. It's a clean sweep for the United States once again, as Costa Rica finally suffers their first series loss for the American Regional Qualifiers. We have to take a look at the overall picture here. It's going to the 12-minute mark, and I think what really made it hard for the composition here for Costa Rica, there was definitely potential with the Loi, but we didn't really see a lot of diversion plays, right? And every time Lin goes in and out with the Hayabusa, and even for the Claude, right, there's dashes, and Kimchi Man, all he needed to do was just pop in the Infernal Pursuit, and then the rest of the team can actually follow up. So it was really hard. There was already the peel from that, and the United States right after that with the proper follow-up, they can really definitely wipe out Costa Rica in every single team fight. As you can see, most of the objectives, the goals, and even the damage, it all went to the side of United States, except for, of course, the tank damage. It's going to Forsaken here with the Edith. We have to take a look at the man of the hour. The MVP is none other than the horse himself, but this time he's not a horse. He's actually playing the Arlott here. 6-0-6 on the Arlott, the most satisfying final slash that you've seen to end the game for match number 2 and finally seal this series with a 2-0 for the United States. White Horse, not just with the high loss, but with the Arlott this time.
And he pulls a very cheeky little, last swap as well, man. White Horse. We thought the Phoveus for sure after seeing him on the Phoveus in game 2 yesterday against Guatemala. Turns out the Phoveus was a flex. He flexed it to mid lane, and it was on Kimchi, man. Then they picked up very late Arlott, and it just played so well into this composition, man. Having another member to have displacements, to have resets again. You can technically, right? Like, I would say the Phoveus is kind of like it's kind of like Arlott now, where you can set up for yourself, right? Back in the day, you really needed other people or your opponents to dash, or other people to displace other people. But the fact that you have 2 members just constantly jumping around with resets, one Arlott just going for CC, going for vengeance, and then the other one going for knockups, displacements, and utilizing the Infernal Pursuit. It was just really fun to see these scrambles with all these resets. It just felt like they were flying across the map everywhere. And I'm kind of disappointed in White Horse because he didn't go full damage. The game was, he was already dominant
Respect still
from the start. There's so much respect. So props to him, but also a bit of disappointment. I thought for sure, we would see like a full damage, lethal ignition Arlott. But hey, they wanted to end the game quick. They're respecting their opponents, and we got to give credit for that.
Yeah, but it's 2-0 once again from the United States. Still continuing their win streak here for the America Regional Qualifiers. I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more matches from them, Mirko. But for now, I believe we're going to be going on to a short break before we proceed to the next match. So why don't you do it, Mirko? Go ahead, close it.
15-minute break, by the way. So see ya. Burger Kim and Mirko out. You guys are going to be joined by Naisu and Burger Kim next.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys are rested up and everything. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with it's Burger Kim joining us for the second match here. Of course, for the American Regional Qualifiers, Iesf, the road to the WEC. Mirko is going to take a little break. He'll be back shortly after this. But now we have the next matchup ahead of us. And I'm sure you guys saw it loading up in the screen here. But it is going to be Colombia and the Bahamas. Kim, I know you already, you got to see some of this, some of the action yesterday, even, and earlier today. You had a sweep, a very dominant one. Colombia kicked us off yesterday, and they are currently, I believe, in their group. At least they're one of the teams at the top, if not the top. And the Bahamas is struggling here, so I'm not sure if you caught the Bahamas game, because I know we were pretty late for us, at least yesterday. But I don't know. What are you thinking here? Is this going to be Colombia? Is this going to be Bahamas for this matchup?
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes here right now. I think the last game. Oh wait, no, I casted the Bahamas game. Up was it against the U.S.? But definitely, I casted the Bahamas game yesterday, and man, they're really struggling. No wins just yet. I mean, based on the iesf.gg website, you guys can check that out. There are some matches that aren't streamed, by the way, so you guys can get some updates for the Americas Regional Qualifiers there. But Bahamas going up against Colombia, somebody who has
was us. That was us yesterday.
Yeah.
It was us. I just remembered.
Confusing.
It was us for Ecuador. Ecuador is who they played.
But I didn't see Colombia though. That was you and Mirko.
That's how
Colombia
we kicked off,
versus Ecuador. Yeah, that was you guys.
Yes. Yeah. So reintroducing Colombia real quick here. Of course, we have Delica, A2. We have Astro. We have Primary God. We have Replic and Abyss Cutie. I was calling him Abby's Cutie yesterday, but Abyss Cutie. We got, again, if you guys joined us yesterday for day number 1, you got to see them play already because we have them on stream. Don't forget, just as a reminder, there are games going off stream as well. And you guys can stay up to date to all the standings and the results that you want by just heading on over to isf.gg. I believe if you guys are watching, obviously, on YouTube, there is also
the link,
the old stream bot, dropping the link for you guys there too. So, we'll take a look at the lineup also and reintroduce the Bahamas here in just a second. But, you were saying we got to cast the Bahamas, and I think we both agreed on, they had a lot to kind of fix and adjust, and I'm just kind of wondering if they were able to do that in a span of 24 hours, literally.
Oh, that is hard. I mean, I can't get my sleeping schedule right in 24 hours. So I think having a draft coming into day number 2, I think they have to take into consideration what they've learned in day number 1. And this is the group stage that we're talking about. And Mirko and I were talking about how endless the possibilities are for the group stage. You can go for cheese picks, you can go for experimental. This is the way to go, right? And going to the Bahamas, for some of you guys you might have seen their games yesterday, but let me introduce them once again. You have Alexander Pancakes, Angelique Usagay, you got Belano Sunza, Clan Yellow, and then you got Chris Lucky Buck 4K3.
Yeah, and I think looking at the Bahamas in their group and the way that they played yesterday, I think it was pretty much what we said is Pancakes. I don't know if they'll, because of something that happens here in the ISF a lot of the times is they switch roles, right? But at least from what I can recall, Pancakes was the jungler. He was typically there. And remember, almost every single time that we saw them play, it's they weren't able to keep up with the jungler to jungler matchup. The momentum set by their opponents usually was what outscaled them very quickly. So I think part of the problem for the Bahamas was just being able to secure their jungle early on, get the farm that they need, secure even the buffs. If you even recall, we saw double retribution strategy yesterday being used. Not sure if that was intended or not. But it ended up working in the game that was used, and I believe it was at the game against the Bahamas here. So we'll see if the Bahamas kind of adjust from that, because I still think that even when you look at this situation here, because today's technically the last day of groups, right? I mean, by the time we get all this said and done and the games off stream happening too, I believe groups are pretty much over, and then we start heading off into the playoffs tomorrow. So at this point, what's at stake here for the Bahamas might just be to a sense of let's go get at least a win as we close out our time in the qualifier, you know, because they're up against a team that is sitting at the top. You know, they have not, I believe they've swept all their opponents
so far,
if I recall correctly. So far, Colombia's been pretty good, you know. So I think for the Bahamas here, it's really just what have they learned from yesterday, especially, and that's part of, I guess, part of the science that very quick, and you have to be able to adjust it here. So we'll see if Bahamas can go out to win. Of course, they kind of get through this against the #1 team currently, Colombia, in their group. As we jump into the draft here, you can already see it too. Very similar bands coming out. Have you seen anything like surprising, at least, from your game earlier, or maybe even yesterday, that you can remember?
well, I mean, if it's the United States playing, it's definitely the horse. I mean, even for the stream, right? Everybody was saying that it's a very
The
niche,
horse.
it's a very niche pick, but it works. Works for the horse for Iesf, but that's probably the most interesting one that I've seen. Apart from that, I'm actually happy to see a lot more edits coming into like the group stages, because we haven't seen it a lot, especially in day #1. Coming into day #2, there's a whole lot more edits, especially in the first series that we had. Didn't really have a very good win rate, but hopefully under the hands of either Colombia or Bahamas here, it might actually work. It's like a 50-50. Like when USA played it, it was really good. So it's under the hands of Shark. He was able to get in a very good early game for the team, and eventually, you know, led them to their first turtle take. Eventually, get in the win. Actually, very weird as well coming out from Colombia here as we look into the draft. Sicilian ban. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Naisu, I think it was Abyss Cutie picking up the Sicilian. So is this?
He's the one that played it.
Yeah, he's the one that played it. So is it like a target ban for Bahamas? Because I know that they've played like a Sicilian Carmilla combo for Bahamas, so I think that might be a thing that they're considering here to take out as well, since Bahamas kind of goes for like sustain jungler, tanky jungler, and then go for like scaling gold lane and mid lane.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I guess I'm more so just surprised that they decided to ban it out, because, like you said, it was Abyss Cutie that pulled it up and had success with it. The Bahamas, again, they weren't able to find that even when they paired it with the Carmilla. So I think it might just be covering the base of, you know, at least taking out a comfort pick against the Bahamas from what Colombia saw, maybe even yesterday. Again, we don't know 100% if, you know, they actually scrimmed against each other leading into this. That was something that was always like surprising to know in the other regional qualifiers, was how much some of the teams actually practice against each other. If it was a smaller community, they still got scrims somewhere or another, and sometimes they didn't have any, you know, scrims, and they just kind of had to practice through, you know, the old RG basically. But that is going to be Zaspy and banned out too. Good quality bans though, I would say, aside from the Sicilian. Again, I just don't think it was, you know, you really need to do that unless it's just for pure comfort. Bahamas, on the other hand, are purely taking out these assassins, Hayabusa, Ling. Not sure if they'll take out one more. Okay, they do take out the Jushin. Good pick, because I know, you know, in another tournament that we've seen, there's even a meme of going on, you know, you leave Jushin open. You know, if she's open, you go ahead and lock her in. But they handle that. And Roger's going to be the first pick here for Colombia.
A super safe pick. This is what I was talking about with Mirko. Like the teams, even in the European qualifiers, it was almost always a prio pick, especially when it's open and you're on the blue side. It doesn't matter what your opponent is going to pick up. As long as they have their hands on Roger, they're pretty much sure that they can adjust their draft down the line. Like whatever Bahamas will pick here, I think for Colombia, they can work around it, and they're confident around this Roger. So Bahamas, they pick up the Yuzong immediately, I guess, to deal with the backline that Colombia might have. It's a very good XP laner, I would say, but Bahamas, they love this Carmilla. Like how I love this Carmilla. I would really love for it to work in this lineup, but so far, I think they have a very beefy first so far, picking up the Roger and Harriet, kind of signaling that the Roger will be in the jungle here.
So I guess that's why they did it. They just assumed, you know, the Carmilla was going to come through. Why not just ban out the Sicilian so they can't go that combination? Also, I believe, you know, again, just to let our viewers know, this is like a visual thing with the API from the Bahamas. That should be a CC, not a Yuzhong. because every time we see the updated
Oh.
or the red Yuzhong, it's usually a CC. We had this even in previous qualifier as well. So should be a Carmilla and a CC combination. Yeah, okay. Yuzhong. So when you see that one locked in, that is actually the Yuzhong. So Colombia goes and grabs themselves a Yuzhong. Very interesting picks here in the first phase already from the Bahamas. Like I said, with CC, Carmilla, these are not traditionally heroes that you'll see picked up, for the most part, especially in the early phase with so much open. We're talking about like the Iesf, like we mentioned earlier. Still, even to be said, like, what do they want to put in the gold lane? They know they're going to be going against this Harith, assuming it is going to be Harith gold lane because Roger's going jungle here. And the Bahamas already tried to kind of like choke out the options for the jungle with the Hayabusa and Ling pick because of what we saw Colombia do yesterday. But they will go ahead and take out a Vexana. Or they'll take the Vexana for themselves here for the Bahamas.
Ooh, I like this. It's a combination that you've seen it for content creators for Mlbb. They've been hyping this up. One of them is Elgin, if you guys are familiar, one of the top content creators for Mlbb. He's been hyping up this Carmilla Vexana combination. And honestly, if they are able to layer the skills really well, it can result to a team wipeout, which I've actually personally experienced. And I didn't know like this is the possible combination with the Carmilla, because usually you'd see it like, oh yeah, she's paired up with the Sicilian, but she's actually pretty good with any burst mage. So I guess Bahamas prioritizing that. They got someone to zone with the CC. I feel like they have to have somebody to front apart from the Carmilla, either a Minotaur or perhaps like a Tigreal, somebody to front. And now Colombia, knowing that for a fact, they've already taken away the Barretts, which we know that they've prioritized even in yesterday's game. So they're more of like utility jungler for the Bahamas. I'm not so sure if it's a Carmilla jungle here for the Bahamas, because in game number 1 or the series number 1 for the Americas qualifiers today, we've seen a Carmilla being utilized up against the United States. Didn't really work out well since it was more of like assassin versus utility. So it was a really fast game. But let's see for Bahamas. They can still adjust because the Carmilla is pretty flexible.
I'm trying to sit here and think too, like, what they'll bring into the jungle this time. And that's the thing. Like, I think the Barretts was a warranted ban because, like you mentioned, like Bahamas, we saw them play that yesterday against Ecuador. And that was the double retribution composition when they had the Hylos. They had the Hylos, and I think the jungle was the Hayabusa. So it was Hylos, Hayabusa, rock retributions from Ecuador against the Bahamas, and it was like a tough time for pancakes over here. So last ban still on that gold lane option, taking out the Claude here. The Bahamas took out the Roam option with the Matilda and the Minotaur. That second phase of the bans. Good choices because if they wanted to, it's like you want to play into the fact that you have this Vexana. I haven't seen those videos that Elgin has made, but I can see how it's going to work, and especially with the Curse of Blood that you have Vexana already. I mean, Eternal Guard is great too, and remembering the fact that this is a CC, so that it could all play into playing around a Curse of Blood and a Vexana, but really, what are you going to put in the jungle? That's where I'm kind of trying to pay attention for the Bahamas here. They might pick up their gold lane option first. Maybe a Moskov? Maybe maybe something. They pick up a Nolan.
That's
okay, so they
interesting.
pick up a Nolan. Yeah, this is interesting because depending on these next two picks from Colombia, I feel like this is going to be pretty difficult for the Bahamas to pull off, though, just with, the amount of magic damage that this lineup already has. Again, a Nolan, a Vexana, a CC, and then a Carmilla. Yeah, I don't know. They're going to have a really good gold lane option here for the Bahamas to kind of farm up, pop off, and do Colombia.
Yeah. Again, the gold lane, depending on the lineup or the last two picks here of Colombia, I still feel like Bahamas again lacks that front line, which they really had yesterday, but again didn't really work out well for Colombia. Whoa. It's Natalia and a Grok. So there's a lot of, I would say, vision, assassination potential, and definitely chaos in the jungle with the Grok. I think that's what they're trying to go for here for Colombia. Make sure that the Roger gets his farm And this was the same case for Bahamas. If they don't address the threat here of the last two picks, the Natalia and the Grok, it's going to be really hard to farm, especially if you're Nolan, that you kind of want to get in as much jungle creeps as you can, especially in the early game. So they need a good gold lane. I would say somebody who can fend off for himself. The Claude is already out of the option. Moskov, perhaps maybe even a Brody, but knowing that there's a Natalia here, that's also something that Bahamas is really considering.
Yeah, that's not going to be fun. What do they lock in? Oh, they go Clint.
Okay.
This is, I don't know. I feel like your back's against the wall at this point, Kim, because it's like, what are you going to pick up? And against this lineup, you know, just having a Natalia across from you is kind of dangerous enough for the Bahamas. They've got to be constantly on the lookout for the Natalia roaming around with the assassin instinct, you know, as soon as she enters that that invisible phase, if you will, and then the burst damage that she can actually use and then get out of it, right, in an instant, nearly when her ultimate's up, is going to be tough for the Bahamas to deal with. I think even when you lock in a Clint, I don't know what battle spell is going to be here, because we've seen them just actually opt for flickers. I don't know if they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to do that, because at this point you just have to be able to dodge when the Natalia initiates, or even dodging the wild charge. Mind you, too, there's an actual Yuzhong across from them, so you know, I know
Yuzhong.
the real Yuzhong, and so front line, like, who is the front line? The front line is the Eternal Guard and maybe CC, because I feel like even with this lineup, Carmilla is going to struggle with this. So I don't know. We'll see exactly how Colombia wants to play it with their lineup. They've got the boxes covered, though, I'd say here. They have good magic damage, good physical damage spread out. So let's jump into the Land of Dawn here. It's game number 1 of this best of 3. Colombia versus the team from the Bahamas. We already know, of course, like I said, the standings here. Colombia on top of their portion of the group. Bahamas, they're at the bottom. So we'll see if they can just go ahead and get a victory working on this too. Yellow has the Warcry emblem, by the way. So, and he did pick up the flicker, but you can already see what Astro's up to. And this time around, Pancakes is actually going to be the focus. So it looks like they did another role swap here, Kim. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yep, a roll swap onto Pancakes. Will it be enough? The Vengeance, though, will be able to safely get Pancakes back into that turret. But Astro, though, has another option here. Gonna try to go in for the dive a little bit too deep, and he gets outplayed there by Pancakes. Abyss Cutie, though, finally finds the exchange here over on the top side. A little bit too overzealous there, but the Bahamas as well, they have some plans over rotating towards this gold lane. Clint up against the Harrod. I would say right now it's a bit at par when it comes to the level, and you see like the urgency as well coming up from the Bahamas, making sure that it's a 3-man rotation here over at the mid and the jungle.
Wow, okay, I mean, it looks like they're putting enough pressure, at least for now, from the Bahamas. Oh, Lucky, gonna be fine. Okay, gets out too. It still holds on to the fracture, but, you know, Turtle's gonna be up here in just a second too, as they kind of get prepped up for this. So I wonder how... Oh, Lucky.
Oh, no. Yep, Lucky. Forced to use the Retribution here for Prime Mary God. He's able to get the kill, but with that being said, no Retribution available, but he knows for a fact that the Retribution holder is no longer here for the Bahamas. There's nothing to fear, no one to zone them away. Half HP already for the Turtle. I don't think Bahamas is going to be able to do anything about it, as Colombia will safely secure it. Over on the top side, though, they spot out Pancakes and immediately take him down. That's going to be the Turtle for the side of Colombia.
A whole lot, you know, for the Bahamas. I was like, man, maybe they could be able to find something, but unfortunately for Lucky, he gets taken down. They give up the objective, and now he's going to go ahead and grab his purple. But, you know, this is, and I'm almost just wondering, maybe the Bahamas, you know, they're still in that experimental stage. Again, this is always something with the Iesf qualifiers we have to keep in mind is, you know, some of these teams don't have as much practice. Maybe they recently formed the teams as they got ready for the qualifiers or the selection even to get to Iesf. And, you know, for the Bahamas, because of now that we've seen them switch roles multiple times, still trying to find that secret recipe, you know, to success here. Skypiercer is going to be picked up by Lucky, but look at the focus now on Yellow. Yellow has the information, sees Abyss Cutie, but Astro's around the corner too.
There's the Guardian's Barrier. Flickers out here for Yellow. Gets stunned here by Abyss Cutie, and Marigod will be able to pick up the kill here for the side of Colombia.
Okay, pickoff is the plan here for Colombia, especially with this lineup. You can already see it too. Quite a bit of damage, coming out from Astro already. Mind you, also he's got the execute available, but it's a Biscuity. The fact that a Biscuity has 2 kills on this Grok is playing a part too, because like we said, he was playing the mages yesterday.
Yeah.
Top side though.
Yep, that's gonna be lucky. Not gonna be able to again survive under his own tower. Going back to the Grok though, this is not even a weapons. I'm actually curious, is that a weapons master Grok? Because it's dealing a lot of damage, and not to mention the insane follow-up, the dives coming out from Colombia is just too unreal at this point. And they've gotten a hold of the turtle as well as the turret over on the top side and even the bottom side. So map control is over onto their side as Bahamas. They're just reacting to everything that they're doing right now. Wild charge from a Biscuity. And that's going to be Daleka diving in with the Petrify here, and that's going to be them again, Colombia picking up kills after kills. 15k, a 5k lead for Colombia as Bahamas again backs against the wall, and a lot of their turrets are taken down, bottom side, top side. So again, it's going to make it so much more easier for Colombia to take in these neutral objectives.
I can't believe a Biscuity did not go down with all those members there. As far as the weapon master, we unfortunately we don't get to see the tier 2 talents there, but concussive blast enough to kind of help a Biscuity push some of these lanes and even have a little extra damage. It's going to be another objective secured here for Colombia. So with everything they've managed to do, whether that was a Biscuity or even from Astro setting the pace, they're going to go down bot again. But again, with what they've been able to accomplish, they got themselves 6,000-7,000 gold ahead. This is massive for 5.5 minutes in. They already got those 2 turtles. They're most likely going to get the 3rd one as well once it's up. So you can see still the focus here on the bottom side under the turret.
Again, the pressure of the Natalia will always be there, right? And not to mention, you can't really see it going around the map. It's pretty much invisible. And, there's all of these dive potential from Colombia. So, again, I feel like Bahamas, they're being a little bit too extra careful. As you see, like, most of the time, the engages are going to be coming from the side of Colombia. That's going to be the Black Dragon 4 activated there. But it is just to zone away the members of Bahamas. Can't even reach their purple buff here as they keep on going. A Biscuity going in for the wild charge, and the Eternal God has landed. Replic will pick up the kill as Usagi will retaliate with taking down the Yuzong. But then again, 3 deaths for Lucky in this game. There's an expiry time for the Nolan here as well. I mean, you're going up against a Roger who has so much better wave clear, and at the same time, you're giving it kills after kills. 202 for Primary God and 2 turtles to take in here for Colombia.
Man, this is just how much Colombia is confident in their lead. Look, they're half health here. They're going to get forced back. Pancakes might want to go for Prime, though. Not sure if the rest of the team actually wants to follow up with Pancakes. Looks like they don't. So, that's what I'm saying, though. The lead that has been built here by Colombia is just showing. And the way that they're diving against these tier 2 turrets, in between them and the base turrets, Astro's still possibly looking for a pickoff.
Oh!
Whoa!
Wow. Lucky. That was just one hit. Going out from Replic at this point, by the way. Like, we've been so focused on Primary God, we haven't really checked Replic, who had the best time, of course, going up against the Clint. He's standing at the 202, just hit that level 10 mark, as compared to Yellow, who is 2 levels behind, not to mention the immense pressure that it's being given by a Biscuity and Astro. And you're talking about the lineup that's not playing with the traditional mid lane. You have a Grok and a Natalia. 2 heroes that definitely want to go pickoffs after pickoffs. And speaking of the pickoffs, there it goes again. That's going to be Colombia picking up another kill onto Pancakes, who already suffered like 5 deaths, as Colombia once again will be able to take the last turtle of the game.
Yeah, at this again, with the massive lead that Colombia has here, very similar to what we even saw one of their matches yesterday. Replic got, I think it was back-to-back MVPs. Yellow has to flicker out. Astro doing damage here on this Natalia. Time and time again, really putting the pressure. Replic again, gonna find Pancakes.
Does not have the vengeance. Look at the basic attack. Curse of Blood misses. They just dodge it just like that, and now they're gonna go in onto the turrets here of Bahamas. They're in their base. That's like, what, 4 members coming in and going back to take down that inhibitor. Cleanly executed by Colombia without any casualties at all. And now they might even take this mid tower. And for Bahamas, they're just kind of like tossing in all of their ultimates defensively as Abyss Cutie going in for the wild charge. Replic popping into Zaman Force. There's going to be a shutdown onto Abyss Cutie.
Wow.
Yellow falls down as well. It's only Pancakes left to defend the base. He has the Vengeance up. Lucky is here as well. But they're going to be locking in the base here. There's minion waves as Colombia will pick up the first game with a victory 1-0 up against Bahamas.
Oh my goodness. We thought yesterday was a fast game. There was like a 9:57.
How long was that?
This was
that-
9:05.
Okay, that is way faster than the game that the USA had up
Yeah.
against, was that the Costa Rica? I have to double check, but yeah, so far it
Yeah,
was
Costa
like
Rica.
9 minutes and 57 seconds. So this is the fastest game. We're just breaking records here at the Iesf America Regional Qualifiers, and wow, that's just statement by Colombia. They weren't even playing with a traditional lineup, Naisu.
Yeah, they like I said, I was saying this, and it was a one-sided game. Colombia has been very dominant in all their matches up to this point, and it showed because once they had that lead, it even started out once they had like a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead, they were already pushing pretty much moments where they're just like under the tier 2 turrets and everything else, and I'm not really sure like what you can really break down there from the Bahamas. It was a similar situation where they didn't have any room to breathe at all. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard here, of course, for this game number 1, and 9:04
Yeah.
was the time there. Just absolutely insane. And I mean, you can look at this, the damage already. I know this is one of the quickest games that we've seen, but there's just not much that the Bahamas was able to do to stop this, even for Lucky, and that's why I said when I saw the Nolan pop up, and I was just like, yeah, this is not going to end well for Lucky. And it showed because, even if Astro didn't pick up this Natalia, the way that Colombia moves around the map and the way they make their lineups work is ultimately the same, with whatever lineup they have. And they punished the Bahamas because they knew that they would be able to. And part of that too was the fact that, you have Abyss Cutie having this Grok, able to get enough information just by roaming around and being able to, make those plays for the team and allow Astro to, he's like that spotter for Astro, and Astro can kind of just swoop in and put enough damage out. And I don't know who to give the MVP here,
Same.
because it was just like, they were all doing great things across the map. It's actually going to be Replic again. This guy got back-to-back MVPs yesterday, and it looks like he's going to go for it even today here against their matchup against the Bahamas.
It's not even, we didn't really check like what happened with between Replic and Yellow in the lane. All we know was the aggressive rotation coming out. Like props to Abyss Cutie and the Natalia here for doing like very aggressive rotations that kind of enabled Replic to immediately go for like the Blood Wings, right? Like that's already enough being said because you've already picked up a lot of turtles. You're way ahead of your opponent, so you can just go in for full damage here, not even building like any defensive items at all. So Replic back-to-back MVP yesterday and continuing that streak once again here for this game.
Yeah, it's I don't know, because I know he got one of those MVPs on the Harith as well yesterday, so we'll see what they kind of want to adjust from there. But honestly, Kim, at that point, it's like, the Bahamas has just not had a good time, so far from their day number 1, and then starting their day, of course, here for day number 2, the last day of groups, is definitely tough for them, and we'll see exactly how they approach the next game. We are going to be taking a short break here, about 5-6 minutes for you guys, so please do sit tight, grab a drink, rest up. We'll be back for the short break. And we are back from the short break. Thanks for being patient with us. Hope you got some refreshments. It was a very quick game one. Again, I think it's our fastest one here so far. I'm not sure about the whole Iesf qualifiers, Kim, but that, I mean, 90,
Yeah.
what was it, 904?
904.
That's got to be one of the fastest.
Oh, definitely. I mean, record breaking would have to be like, I think it was like 7 minutes in the I think the Southeast Asian games, but that's like the overall Mlbb ecosystem. But for here, like the Americas qualifiers, definitely that has to be the fastest. We've had some long games here and there, but I wouldn't say like it's stretched out to like 30 minutes. So this is it's a very dominant game. There's nothing much that can be said about that first game. Some picks that I would say that the Bahamas could have picked something better, but then again, Mirko and I were talking about, again, comfort picks should be prioritized over meta picks, so I think that's what Bahamas were going for. But then again, with this being a match point, they haven't won a single game yet in the Americas qualifiers. They kind of have to step it up. Either, I don't know, is it in the draft, Naisu, or is it actually in the execution? Because sometimes they do have okay drafts, but then when it comes to like the layer of skills, it's just it doesn't fit.
Yeah. I think again, it's just it's an experience thing, because it just feels like when you're looking at Bahamas in general, it's actually, even from the matches yesterday, it's tough to see them move as a team. I think even regardless of what they draft here, it's more so like how they're moving around the map, especially early on, how they respond to some of the pressure being put on. And again, this is Colombia. Colombia is sitting there at the top of the standings, at least, for Group A from America's A, or from Group B from America's A. And, they move like a team that has been playing for some time, at least together. So it's just a gap between, probably the experience from Colombia's players versus the Bahamas players here. Now, if they want to go ahead and try to get a game 3, of course, in this matchup, it's going to be pretty difficult for them. But I think part of that is obviously they're on the right side. They're on the blue side. Traditionally, you have the higher win rate there. And it's more so like, what are they going to prioritize? If I see a Carmilla pop up again, that's probably not where not where they want to go. But they have first pick. They could go with an assassin if they want to possibly try to scale up quicker, because we already know that teams have seen it, teams have done it. They will put pressure on the Bahamas, especially if they go with a risky jungle pick. So I think there's a lot here that the Bahamas kind of has to weigh in, and it's more so like, I think I agree with what even Mirko said. It's just like you guys were saying, take your comfort. They go a Hayabusa. So they go with this. I don't know.
There's answers to that. USA,
I feel like it's good, but can you pull it off?
Yeah, there's definitely counters. The USA, it was the same case for match number 1. They picked up the Hayabusa. They immediately answered out with the Phobius, but I know this was banned away in game number 1. The Ruby and the high loss to just make it even more harder here for Pancakes. He's been using like different types of junglers. You've seen the Julian, you've seen the Barretts, and now the Hayabusa. I'm actually wondering if this is something that they're pulling off like last minute, right? Like, okay, we need to have like something to scale up pretty fast in the early game, pull out the Hayabusa, but they really have to have the right composition to fit with the Hayabusa, knowing that Colombia already has these first 2 picks, the High Loss and the Ruby. That's already super hard to penetrate.
I'm just wondering, with the Hylos here, they're so tanky, that's part of it. But of course, you have the Glorious Pathway to help with kind of either cutting off, whether that's going to be on the retreats or the initiations. But I'm wondering how this will work, because we saw Hylos played against the Bahamas before yesterday, and that's when they did the double retribution thing. Yep. I don't think Colombia is going to do that, but we'll see what they decide. The Bahamas does go with the chip, and it's. As I was leading into the whole conversation when we got to the draft of like, the Bahamas needs to kind of move around better as a team. Well, what better hero to do that than Chip? At least in that way, you have shortcut. You can also zoom in or teleport in around the map and everything. But
what's your command?
One thing's for sure. Okay, Fanny's the answer against the Hayabusa, so that's interesting. We'll get to see Colombia play that. But going back to the chip, I think it's great, but we have seen teams fail really hard at chip too. Like
Right.
they might pick him up because utility-wise, he's amazing, and that's why we still see him banned out quite a bit. But because the chip is here, you could also end up being the demise of your team too. If you drop down the shortcut and they happen to go through it and you're not prepared for what's there, and mind you, there's a Ruby already here.
Oh yeah.
Which is going to be pretty difficult to play against. So I hope the Bahamas is ready for that game plan and in utilizing that shortcut the way that they have to kind of approach this now. And part of it too, again, is now that the Fanny's locked in, this is where it's like, all right, do they actually have it in them to get a game momentum in their favor? Because they showed signs of it. I would say they showed signs of it in the early minutes of the previous game, but then they were immediately punished. Like Lucky couldn't move around the jungle at all with the no limit. So I think for the Bahamas, that's definitely going to be a big thing for them. We'll see what the last ban's going to be towards Colombia here. That was the Turisla being banned out. It has to be just a pure comfort pick. The Sicilians banned out again from Colombia.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the lineup here of these two. They don't have mid laners just yet, and we might actually run out of mid laners, like good mid laners, in the current patch because the Zushin's out, Zask, even the comfort here of Bahamas, which is the Sicilian, has been banned out twice. I'm thinking if there are maybe other picks that can come out of this
Maybe a Valentina?
Yeah, it's actually still open here.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there you
It's
go.
banned.
It's banned away. I'm thinking something along the lines of either a Savior or a Lilia, which is actually really good up against Assassin. Maybe not the Savior, but the Lilia. Great wave clear. Has the sustainability with the black shoes. You can just pop it when either the Ugi Shadow Kill is up or the portal's up. I think Colombia already has the answer to the chip. I'm just thinking about like the possible combinations that the chip can go with, right? Like the chip is good itself with utility, but you have to pair it with the right heroes. And like what you mentioned, one portal can lead to like the demise of your entire team.
Yeah.
So they really have to be a little bit more calculated. I like this. They really love the Carmilla here. Well, not for the Bahamas this time, but for Colombia, I think this is a direct answer to the chip. This is usually the answer, and I personally have tried it. Bahamas has to watch out for, every single portal that they lay out. Maybe sometimes they might not even use it because of all of these answers coming out from Colombia. You got a Hylos, you got a Ruby, and the Carmilla to greet you when you get out of portal. Definitely not the best way to travel. So Bahamas, they need that magic damage. They need that XP laner that can really set up the place because right now Colombia is looking really strong with these first 4 picks.
And that's what I'm saying. You drop down that shortcut, you better be ready for Colombia because all they really have to do is sit there with a Curse of Blood, drop it down, and then Ruby can even just go ham. And then you got a Fanny to sweep in. So there's a whole lot. And not to mention, they're going to be slowed down too with the Hylos, the Glorious Pathway. So that's what I'm saying. The chip was a risky pick knowing that the Ruby was already there. The rest of the lineup, like we're seeing from Colombia, is built around that fact that they can completely counterplay into the shortcut. And, the last 2 picks, of course, from the Bahamas is going to be the Esmeralda, the Lilia. You mentioned the Lilia. Is picked up. Good clear speed, of course, in the mid lane. We'll see exactly if it's able to pump out enough damage early on to complement the Hayabusa.
Oh.
And this makes it even more difficult. Once again, Colombia picks up the Julian. Julian's been a top-performing jungle in all competition right now currently. And really difficult to play against, too, because of the amount of early game damage that Julian brings to the table. And even without, technically, when you see a Julian picked up, you see one of those damage-based mid laners, get picked up. And that's not the case this time because I'm assuming it is Carmilla in the mid lane. And for at least, or unless they switch, right? Because Replik is actually holding on to the Ruby. So this is a gold lane or Ruby. And so for that case, again, Julian usually pairs up really well with these burst mages because it works synergistically. Like they also build up a Genius Wand on the Julian, helps, burst a little bit extra damage, of course, with the mid lane pick. But because it's a Carmilla, I don't think it's going to happen here unless, there's a different game plan. It's just really feeding into, of course, the Fanny. Oh, sorry, I'm actually throwing out here. I think it's just going to be Julian mid because it's Abyss Cutie. Yeah, so they're going back to, they're switching it back, basically. Abyss Cutie was on a Grok previously, and now he's going to be back in the mid lane. So again, very dynamic from Colombia here. But let's jump into the Land Adonis game number 2 in this best of 3. We'll see if they can get to a game number 3 ahead of them. There are a lot of adjustments have to be made from the Bahamas. So yeah, there we go. All right, Abyss Cutie. That's what threw me off in the previous game. Yeah, on the Julian. I was like, thinking he was playing Rome again here, but yeah, he is going to be on this mid lane Julian.
Yep, I mean, great early game, definitely from Colombia, not to mention Replic on the Ruby. I can imagine the possible gank here from Lucky on the chip, right? Like, when you try to gank Replic with the Ruby, you can immediately get countered out by the I am offended. And as you can see, a lot of these visions being laid out here by Colombia all across the map, even here towards the XP lane. We see Primary God as well as Pancakes waiting in for that level 4 power spike. Pancakes again gonna miss out onto that level 4 as Primary God already getting it in. I think what's really crucial here about getting the assassin picks, not just for Bahamas but for both sides, like, is to have at least like a snowball early game for your team. And you're playing with 2 assassins here. Replic gonna be tanking up the damage coming out from Lucky as well as Yellow, forced to back away. But I think with the Ruby and the Brave Smite, it's definitely gonna be extra hard to take it down.
Yeah, it's already difficult enough to take a Ruby down, but yeah, the Brave Smite available. Replic also, if I recall correctly, played the gold lane Ruby yesterday as well. And it's one of those things where, like, it's mainly just to kind of post up and be kind of at a stalemate, at least in the gold lane, and just make it to a point where you're just healing back up whatever damage is done to you. He does take quite a bit now. He's still getting some pressure there. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to withstand that. Flicker was already used too.
Yep, First Blood is going to be drawn here by the Bahamas, and now we see as well Primary God getting stunned there. With the help of Lucky, though, really enables Yellow, but as we can see, there's also some disruption on the jungle side here. I don't think... Oh, it's actually Usagi that got the purple buff, so no purple buff here for Pancakes, and this is big, especially before the turtle take. Fortunately enough for Colombia, they didn't really go for more here, but the Julian, again, from Abyss Cutie, gonna get in the enhanced change onto Lucky. Not enough to take him down, as the glorious pathway has been laid out here by Dalika Eto. We see him soaking up all of the damage as Lucky will be the first one to fall. We see Pancakes as well utilizing the portal out as Primary God, and the rest of the members here of Colombia go straight for the turtle.
That can't feel good. I mean, Pancakes also not having this the purple buff for him. I'm actually wondering, what all happened there, of course, but ultimately Primary God's going to get the turtle here. Colombia will go ahead and find a couple of wins for them. It was great that Bahamas got the first blood earlier on, taking out Replic, putting the pressure there, but then, they go and lose this. They might want to continue to put the pressure on this bottom side of the map, but, it looks like this time around Colombia's like, yeah, you guys have had enough of that. We'll kind of keep this under control from now, and you can see multiple members of both teams kind of gathering here and getting ready for possibly an initiation, because that's the thing. Bahamas, they want to just farm up. Again, I'd like to see them, being able to put pressure, but at the same time, farm up at least on this Clint, get Yellow to where he needs to be. He already got the first blood. Give him some more time. Give him some of that protection, because look at the bottom side.
Bottom side, that's going to be 2 members. I'm offended here by Replic. Yellow doing his very best, actually able to sustain all of that. Thrown out to him, but the Julian, Abyss Cutie, just around the corner. He's able to survive, recall back into the base in the nick of time. Actually done there by Yellow, not even using the flicker out. So bottom mid though, gonna get cleared out by Abyss Cutie. First turtle was taken in by Colombia, and right now it seems like Bahamas has them under control. Dalita Eto gonna be forced to use in that glorious pathway as Primary God. Gonna try to go in for some pickups. There's some sustain here. Is it enough to take them down though? They're able to get in a lot of the pokes. Enhanced change has been used here by Abyss Cutie as Lucky forced the flicker out to safety. Cleanly executed by both sides. No casualties at all. So it's 1-1. And as you can see, the goal lead, it's not that far this time, Naisu.
It's a lot. The Bahamas doing a lot better job here. Yellow's in trouble though.
Oh no.
Okay. Primary God will pick up that kill. Yeah, it's, that's the thing though. It's like, even the previous fights that were happening up top, well, Lucky is, he's tanky enough. Okay, he's gonna be fine. But the fights earlier on, like there was just, I'm surprised no one went down in it. There was so much committed by both teams. And so now a numbers advantage, you know, at least for a little bit, Colombia started up this turtle after that pickoff. I don't think the Bahamas is going to be doing anything about this. It looks like they can't. Primary God gets the second turtle of the game.
Yeah, they're able to sustain well onto the sides. I mean, you got a high loss, you got a Ruby. Well, what's more to say, right? You can definitely keep your lanes up, especially, you know, when all of your other teammates are going to go for the team fight. Sonza, though, to be taking in the damage coming out from Abyss Cutie. It's actually a whole lot of damage. That's an Esmeralda that you're talking about. And even onto the purple buff, Primary God will be able to assassinate Pancakes and take away the purple buff as well. Abyss Cutie doing a 1v1 here up against Lucky. The portal is up.
Shortcut.
He's gonna get stunned. He goes in for backup as the Curse of Blood is laid down. Replic from the backside is able to get in the combo. That is so satisfying to watch coming out from the Curse of Blood, as well as the backup here coming out from Replic.
And that's what I'm saying. You drop the shortcut down, Replic can use it too. Shows up and just causes havoc, you know. And that's what I was saying. And that's why Ruby, you know, being that it was already locked in, and then they go the chip.
Oh, no. Yeah, Pusagi forced to flicker out and even use the black shoes. That's a whole lot of resources to take away from the Lilia. The mid tower's also gone, as Primary God will be able to solo kill Yellow. I mean, this is definitely a Fanny's job, right? Like, just to keep on ganking all of the side lanes. And even though Yellow was able to sustain earlier, right now he's just suffering the wrath here of Primary God in his lane.
Oh, there's Replic again.
He's able to sustain
Oh,
though. Oh, okay. Abyss Cutie goes in for the enhanced chains, and Pancakes goes down once again. What is up with Colombia here? They seem to have answers to every single thing, and Bahamas, they're just backs against the wall. Every single time they come out, they get taken down. Almost there though by Yellow, forced to flicker out. And now this is where it gets really tricky here for Pancakes. When you have an assassin pick, when you don't have the purple buff, it's really difficult. Not to mention that all of your lanes have been controlled by Colombia. Not having the purple buff is just extra harder for them to take in either objectives or maybe even the ganks here, as Primary God again 1v1 duel here with Lucky. The portal is up, picks up the mega kill as Pancake struggling to even get the red buff. He manages to take it in though, as Replic again going in for the amp, and then Pancake to the fall as Usagi. Does he still have the black shoes here? He's gonna be able to lay down the glooms here, but look at Colombia. Gonna prepare for the dive as Primary God puts up the cutthroat and seals the deal here. 9 kills for Colombia, as Dalika Echo says it's still not over. Yellow is gonna fall down as well under their own turret, as Colombia again relentless on the chase here, taking down members after members. And yeah, the chip pick, I feel like great utility, but honestly, Naisu, Colombia's lineup is well prepared for that.
Colombia, they didn't want you to get a moment of breath there, Kim, because, man, talk about the last minute and a half or so when they would just decided to switch it into gear. Look at the damage from Primary God. You get the black shoes out, now on the tier 2 turret.
Polystar wound here by Sonza. Not enough to tank up the damage coming out from the Fanny. Oogie Shadow kill from the backside. Grouped up together with the Revitalize as well. They're definitely able to sustain. I mean, at this point, like, everything that the Bahamas is throwing out, Colombia has the answer. And again, they can keep on doing this. They have so many ways to engage. Glorious Pathway, you got the Curse of Blood, and now Lucky trying to set something up, but Replic again going in for the Iron Offended with the Glorious Pathway. Yellow gets slowed down, taken out instantly. He just respawned back into the Land of Dawn. This is tough for the side of Bahamas, and even Primary God at this point is just relentless, going in for the cutthroat. Pancakes able to sustain, dive in and out as they manage to recall back into the base here for Colombia. 12 kills for them and a 9k gold lead.
And Colombia, they just wanted to see how far to the edge they could get, and that's, you know, continuing to stay on that side of the base at really quite low too, was just kind of challenging the Bahamas. And you could see, you know, they got some more than what they really should have. They ignore the Lord for now. They just actually want to go ahead and continue to put pressure on the base here, possibly looking for a kill on Sonza.
Oh wow, what is that damage coming out from Primary God? He doesn't even have the Sky Piercer in right now. Front line of Colombia is able to stay in glorious pathway, slowing everybody down. Curse of Blood has been linking out 3 members, gets airborne. I'm offended as well to top it all off. That's gonna be, wow, 3 members down for the side of Bahamas. Make that 2 rather. I mean, right now, Naisu, it's just really confusing. Like, if I were Bahamas, it's so difficult to get out of the base. You get comboed here by Colombia, not to mention Primary Gun.
Oh, yellow.
Oh no, he manages to survive though. Pancakes gonna be able to go in for the Ugi Shadow kill, but then again, not the targets that you want. You got Astro, you got Replic, they're just gonna be able to sustain all of that.
And I think at this point, Colombia is trying to see how far they can go without taking a Lord. Just want to take as many kills as they can on the base. The shields are all going to be popped. Conceal's used. I'm not sure, once again. Pathway's dropped.
Yep, and the Curse of Blood linking down 2 members and instantly gets bursted down by the cutthroat of Primary. Got 3 members down. A double kill for Abyss Cutie 705 on the Julian. And to top it all off, you got in the Rose Gold Meteor as Sonza not able to sustain. Primary God still unstoppable at this point, and Pancakes nowhere to go. Curse of Blood being laid out as the Colombia will be able to lock in the base and get the series with a sweep.
Took a little longer, but Colombia will go ahead and get a sweep once again here, dominating their side of the group of America's A. Again, you know, Colombia looking really good, confident. They don't even, to the point where they don't even want the Lord.
Yep.
And they juggled things around really well. And that's the thing, is even when you have a lead, it still takes a certain amount of communication and synergy to layer those ultimates, to push it in like that, because again, those shields are there on those turrets. You know, it's supposed to keep them from just getting into the base like that without even the Lord. But when teams pull it off and utilize the lineup that they have, that's where that ends up happening, and they are able to end the game without a Lord even getting it. We're gonna look at the highlights here. It was just a, you know, it was one-sided. Yeah, there was a first blood again from the Bahamas. Again, early on in those first couple minutes, they do pretty good, but then Colombia at some point just decides, you know what, that's enough. We're switching it into the high gear, and we're going to take this game away in a very quick fashion.
Yep.
And once again, this is what I was saying. The chip pick, as soon as that was popped up and there was a Ruby across from them, you knew that it was going to be, it wasn't impossible, but it's definitely going to be difficult because of the fact that Ruby can just go ahead, initiate. Yep. You saw this so many times from Replic, utilizing the I'm Offended, utilizing the Flicker when it was available. And it was just too much to really deal with. Plus, the usage of this Hylos, having the Glorious Pathway, a lot of the times it was just laying it down and setting things up. They had the Julian for Abyss Cutie, and it was so much to deal with for the Bahamas that I feel like at least for them, it was like, where do we even start? You know, who do we focus on? That was a great chain there with the Curse of Blood coming out from Astro too. So you could just see, like I was saying, time and time again, it's really synergistic with what we saw from Colombia able to do here. And I'm excited. I hope I get to see Colombia play against, you know, some other of the teams that are performing like this throughout the groups. Because I know, and we haven't caught too many of the games just yet from Mexico, I think it is. But Mexico has been very strong too in their performances. And of course, we have the United States as well doing great here. So can't wait to see what Colombia can do, because I'm pretty sure this win right here should get them, of course, to the playoffs next tomorrow. So very dominant, of course. They haven't dropped the game. And for the Bahamas, unfortunately, it's just, it was a tough one. It was a tough, actually tough couple days that they've had to go through here.
Back-to-back, actually. And for Colombia, it's a back-to-back sweeps for them. And, you know, to be able to execute this kind of draft, right? Like, you're not working with a contemporary draft, you're working with a Ruby Gold lane. But honestly, I think all I wanted to say in the entire game is, like, I can't even move. Like, I feel the Bahamas, right? Like, you combine, like, all of these skills. Glorious Pathway already slows you down. You got the Curse of Blood, and to top it all off, like, you got an insane amount of damage and follow-up setups from Replic's I Am Offended. It was just, I would say, probably one of the most satisfying games that I've seen, and the best layering of combos for this entire game. But we have to take a look at the MVP of the match as well, Naisu. It is none other than Biscuity, I believe he's gotten in like an MVP as well yesterday. But on the Julian, yet you've seen the amount of damage that he was dishing out. Like even up against the tankiest members of the Bahamas, he was able to delete them with just one combo of the enhanced chains, and picking up the Genius Wand, Divine Glaive to add up to more magic penetration. It's just, I would say, overall a very good and a very dominant game coming out from the side of Colombia, and I can't wait for them to go up against, you know, some of the top teams here in the qualifiers, the United States, Mexico, that has been really popular as well in the comment section.
We'll have to see. Again, Colombia looks really good, and you know, this is a team that I feel like a lot of people want to see compete against some of these other big teams. And I again, for the Bahamas, you know, it's like, you know, it's always these teams that they just, it's clear, like they need more time, they need more experience to gain here, and I hope they continue to go and play as a team or get experience in whatever that way they can, because obviously, you know, the competitive Mlbb scene is quite different from around the world. You know, I know for there's a lot in it, you know, and hopefully the players and other teams like from the Bahamas can go ahead and find some of that time, that experience that they're looking for here. But yeah, it's unfortunate that I believe that, you know, kind of concludes things. They might have another game later on for them, but definitely have to see them again next year for Iesf. Now for, of course, the rest of us, we are going to be looking forward to another game here. We're going to have a break. This is going to be a long break again, guys. We are on a fixed schedule. It's not a rolling schedule. Just to explain why sometimes we have these long breaks for you guys, where Kim's going to get some rest. I will also have this break and then be back here with Mirko after this. So we're going to take a 50-minute or so, 56-minute break before we get prepared for our next matchup that we'll have for you guys. So come back, hopefully get some refreshments, and we'll be back after the break.
See you guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the third match of the day. Second match for me. You guys are going to be accompanied this time around with Naisu still from the previous match, but you guys got me for the third match here. Miracle Man. How you doing, Naisu? You casted the last match, and now you are going to be casting the next one, which is going to be US. So you're going to actually get 2 US matches today.
Is that why we're doing Miracle Man? Because of Kimchi Man over there?
Yes, sir. Naisu Man, Miracle Man.
That makes me
Naisu
Man.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm doing good. We had a very quick match previously. I think that was the fastest game we've had so far. I don't know if you saw it, but we had a 9:04 game, 9 minutes and 4 seconds for that game number 1. Now for United States and Guadeloupe, we'll have to see. I know you've already gotten to cast for United States, and let's be honest, they're pretty strong. They're pretty dominant, and I think a lot of people obviously expected this. Now on the flip side, at Guadeloupe, they have, according to the standings, I think they're still looking for their first win here. Not sure if this is exactly updated yet, but you guys can also check it out, of course, isf.gg. But yeah, this is going to be a big test, I feel like, for Guadeloupe here against the team from the US.
Yeah, I mean, based on the matches again, based on the website, isf.gg/tournaments, you guys can go and check it out, like Nice already said. If you guys don't want to, type it in the browser, and click it in the chat as well, because in the chat, I think there's a bot that sends the link towards isf.gg. And Guadeloupe actually has 1 win, 3 losses, so they've been able to get a single win now. Again, up against the heavy favorites in the United States, we can already see their lineup, and this is what makes them the favorites, right? They have so many veterans. Ian, White Chicken, or otherwise known as White Horse this time around. The whole, we got Marcus Melon Tamayo, Justin Tarzan Disyong, Xiong Hun Kimchi Man is his IGN right now, but yeah, otherwise known as Hoon always. Jang and Tan Shark Vo.
Yeah, and I saw his name as well, right? So, I don't know. I guess this is all in the spirit of ISF, because let's be honest, there's always these fun and great IGNs that come to play here. But yeah, United States, man, I think they're performing like everybody kind of expected. There's nothing too crazy about their performance so far. I think part of it is also just like, how are they going to do once we get to the playoffs? Again, today is the last day for groups, technically. Very quick, 1-2 days for groups, and then we move on to the playoffs. And I think even like, if I have to consider what we just saw from Colombia, for example, and even we opened the broadcast yesterday with Colombia, it would be interesting to see, eventually when the United States, or however the playoffs fall into place tomorrow, but even like a team like the United States play against Colombia, hopefully for playoffs, because even looking at Colombia, man, they play very synergistically. They play you can tell they have their communication on par. And so, I'm wondering how that happens. But for Guadeloupe, a team that we haven't been able to see so much of course, for the stream anyway, it's good they got that 1 game win. So looking at this, we've got, I'm going to give my best here. Yeah. We have Mate, Blackwish, Gaston, right? Bardo Chan, Amadeus, Dalsim, Andrago, Bedia, Corday Crystal, Sissoko, Jordan. Wow.
Yeah, that's
a tough one, dude. Javier, how would you?
Tateo Fedech?
Yeah, here we go. Diego Strassel.
There
we go. Hey, I'm also working against my green colorblindness here, but yeah. So hopefully we got that down right as close as possible. But yeah, again, I think we got to see how Guadeloupe performs now that we get to have them on stream here.
Yeah, we'll see how they perform. Obviously, again, this is going to be their debut on stream, so I think it comes with a lot of pressure as well, right? Now, so especially if you're already up against United States, because a lot of different people from all around the world have actually been tuning into the live streams here, tuning into the streamed matches for United States, specifically for the roster that we saw earlier. So the fact that Guadeloupe, this is going to be the first ever time on stream, and they're already up against Team United States with a lot of comments, there's a lot of pressure, definitely. I mean, even earlier, despite United States being the heavy favorites, you can always see the criticism from, a lot of the live chatters towards their opponents, despite them being an overwhelming force in the American regional qualifiers. So added pressure, definitely, for Guadeloupe. I wish them the best of luck. Hopefully they can actually, come out swinging, come out showing the world that Guadeloupe is where it's at for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Hopefully, right? Especially considering they already got their first win. If you take a look at the standings for the group, they cracked it open. They don't have a 0-3 record anymore. It's 1-3 now. So they're riding on very, very good momentum coming into the match against Team USA. And technically, because some of the Team USA matches, 2 in total, have been streamed, get a lot of data. I think banning the horse for White Horse might be a solid strategy, but I don't know. I don't really know, because if we take a look at all the bans towards Team United States, it's usually been, the meta bans. They banned the Juicin away, the Zask away.
Yeah.
If you were to ban the horse, you have to kind of give one of the broken picks, one of the prio picks away, and I don't necessarily think it's a good idea too. So leave the Zask open for Kimchi Man, Juicin as well for Kimchi Man. I don't know. It's really, really tough if you're drafting up against Team USA.
I wonder if Hoon actually likes kimchi, and if he eats it, and that's why he's just like,
Probably.
yeah, I'm just gonna go with Kimchi Man, and decide to go that. But yeah, I think, and it's funny because when you mentioned the horse, well, like we actually, speaking of horse, pop up a couple times, especially in the previous series. So we'll see. But looking at the draft here as we jump into it for this game number 1, USA taking out the chip, taking out the Ling. Guadeloupe, they answered what you were mentioning, at least for the Jushin. They're going to go ahead and ban that out. It's not going to be open here because, I don't know. I don't know if you've seen this meme. I think it was a meme that I was seeing thrown around, at least over here, was with the recent tournament, SPS, right? They had, if Jushin was open, you take it. And so it's teams are just continuously banning her out now. Otherwise, they just grab her right away. We saw this even leading into this, with what we saw just over the course of a month. So still very strong, obviously. Next ban, what is USA going to take out here? Did they leave it open? Did they not ban anything for the last ban?
I really hope it's a visual bug, right? Because, it looks like they have missed out on a ban. I guess we'll get confirmation on that a bit later here, but for Guadeloupe, I think it's a good... You know what? Now if you think about it again, right? For Team USA, I think it could actually work out, not banning, because, again, they're on blue side. If they were on red side, it'll definitely be a bit more punishing, but the Fanny's been left open. We've seen the Fanny left open many, many times, but this is the first time that we see it first picked over the Zask even. So Guadeloupe, they actually have an opportunity now to go for the Zask pick, which has been, I would say, more prio than the Juicin as well. Whenever the Zask is open, we always usually see it first pick, whether it be from blue side or red side. It's always in the first phase.
So, how do we feel about this? With the Fanny first pick, blue side. I mean, this is almost like a I was gonna say this is just a I'm confident, in the hands of Tarzan here. And the answer from Guadeloupe is going to be the Julian so far. We'll see what the next one's going to be. But yeah, I think Fanny picking it up right away is just, you got to play around the fact that you're playing with confidence now. This could be easily countered depending on how Guadeloupe approaches this.
Ooh.
All right, interesting. What's up with the Sicilians lately, man? There is just a rise in Sicilian, at least here for the ISF qualifiers, and wow, Alpha is actually going to be picked up here in an Arlot.
Okay, so White Horse isn't going to be playing the horse. I think a lot of fans will be disappointed with that choice, the Arlet, but we have seen his Arlet really, pop off as well. I think it was the last match, game number 2, where he popped off on the Arlet, getting 4-man final slashes, and it's a great way to displace a lot of the members that will probably fit into a front-to-back composition for Guadeloupe, and now that the Sicilian has been picked up. And yeah, if you guys don't know, we saw a Sicilian yesterday too, but this is something we haven't seen. I don't think we have seen this in the entirety of the regional qualifiers for Africa, for Asia. I'm not too sure about Europe. I guess I will ask Burger Kim later, but
okay,
Patot Kacha making his debut in the American regional qualifiers. All right. Okay.
Well, it's been a while since I've seen a Gatakacha actually played competitively. I actually personally like to pick him up as a roam sometimes. If I just want to have something different, I'll pick him up as a roam. Yeah, and
Your team is
I'll really be interested to see how this is built up because again, this could just be purely comfort picks, and the reason why the Sicilian pops up, Ganakachas here locked into. They could also just be hoping to have a great setup potential, and then even being able to like grab with the taunt might be enough to kind of slow down the Fanny a little bit here, I guess. But overall, we'll have to see what exactly Guadeloupe is cooking here, because right now it's interesting just in the first phase alone what they have. Now for USA, they're going to go ahead and ban out the Kufra. Maybe some of this again is just to cover their bases. Guadeloupe will focus on that mid lane because there's no mid lane pickup just yet for USA. For Kimchi Man, last one is actually going to be a Matilda though that they take out here.
Yeah, big question for me is I know we kind of saw the Alpha and the Arlet, and these are, normal picks, but the Fanny has already been picked up, and we don't see the Fanny in any other role except for the jungle, and that can also be said about the Alpha. So, where's the Alpha gonna go? Where's the Fanny gonna go? We know where the Arlet? I think we know where the Arlet's gonna go, but obviously that can also be flexed into Rome. So I guess we'll just rely on the last two picks to really get the idea of what's going on here for Team USA, because man, I don't want to say this, but last time I casted like a USA match, I remember seeing a Fanny Roam. And I don't know if USA actually want to go for that right now. Fanny Roam for Shark. Because it is on Shark. They obviously haven't swapped it back and forth. I guess we'll see now as they get into final picks. What is it going to be here? Okay, it's going to be the Phoveus pickup.
Your team is picking.
And
Okay, wait, who was the last one? I was trying to... I heard the voice line, but who says hey?
yeah, CC?
Could be. Maybe this is we're not seeing the red Yuzhong anymore.
Yeah.
Let's just we'll think it's the CC here. So if that's the case, then yeah, it's looking. Could it be a Rome Fanny? Because Phoveus mid, Fanny maybe Rome. I don't know. This is interesting. I actually don't know where to place these at, man. Because is this maybe it's a gold lane Alpha? And the last pick's
Hanabi.
Okay. All right. I don't
Oh.
like Guadeloupe cook. This is what they cooked up, man.
Let both of them cook. I mean, even USA going for a full melee composition up against Guadeloupe, who is more diverse when it comes to range, at least, right? So, I like the idea for Guadeloupe. They actually have a solid front line in the Akai and the Gatat Kacha. They have ways to disengage when USA want to go for team fights, and if they want to actually dive in, the heavy spin's always going to be there. The big problem is, the mid lane and the gold lane, which takes some time to get going. And I think for Team USA, they kind of expected this kind of draft because they're going for a full brawl kind of composition, right? This is literally a composition that you would expect in the brawl mode in game, not in the tournament setting. But let's see how they pull it off. Like I said, let them cook. I think the audience members here, the people who are watching live, are also equally as confused, but equally as excited as us to get into the game and see exactly how this Fanny is going to play, where it's going to play, where the other is going to play. Because even now, I don't know. I don't know what that shadow pick was, right? Was that a CC?
Yeah.
Was that a Nana? I don't know.
I don't know either, but we can at least hear that the game's going. We'll have to see if that's actually what they're bringing to game one in this best of three. If that's the if that's the case, then we'll see how it ends up working out for them. Because if this is a Rome Fanny like what we have seen from the region before,
It is. Wait, no.
Wait,
What's
why do
going on here?
They all have retribution.
Exactly. They all have retribution. It's a Changa, by the way. It's not a CC. It's a Changa. Shark's going ham now. What?
What? Whoa, Diego. Okay, Mega Shark. Oh, okay. First blood going in the hands of Guadalupe. All right. I'm still stuck here on the fact that they all have retribution.
Me too.
And it's not a visual thing, right? Like that's okay.
I don't think it's a visual thing. And yeah, I mean, they aren't getting as much XP as the others there. So with the retribution, you can already see it. And I guess we're just gonna have to see how this plays out. Maybe they're actually trying to utilize the change in the meta right now, Nice, because technically, if you bring Retribution, you can soak in XP and gold. So if you continuously invade, maybe that's a strat right now. 5 Retributions is always in the enemy jungle, and you can already see more fights happening.
Yeah, they're actually gonna go for it. Oh, Kimchi Man gonna get the kill here against Crystal. So, hey, even though they have all 5 Retributions, they're just gonna go for it. Continuing, maybe they just want to go ahead and secure the objectives that much harder and that much more secure at this point. Look at this. Look at the pressure they're actually going to be able to put just with all these Retributions already here. Turtle's already secured by Tarzan. The fight for the purple buff. Who's actually the one to get it? They go in a little bit further. Crystal's going to get forced down. He goes down in the exchange. White Horse will go ahead and get out of dodge using that final slash. So, wow, what a start here. Interesting start to game number 1.
And, you know, I don't know what's more interesting, the fact that we have 5 Retributions or the fact that they are winning 2-1 right now, and Julian is actually so far behind, still just level 3. So they've literally just been taking everything Diego's been trying to farm up, and even in the bottom lane now. You see a 1v1 happening, White Horse.
Oh, okay. So, White Horse got taken care of. We'll see what the response is going to be. Spear of Alpha going to be used by Tarzan. Gets the response now, waiting for the rest of the teams to rotate it down here. Shark is also just around the corner. Doesn't have a purple buff, but goes in. Oh, what a burst of damage with that cutthroat. Of course, also with the Warcry emblem that is here for Shark. So USA, despite the unorthodox lineup they have, they're off to a good start. And even for Kimchi Man, you know, for utilizing this Dark Wave, this is a whole lot. I mean, this is something that is so unorthodox that it's kind of hard to counterplay into. Yeah, Skypiercer for Kimchi Man. Also, he has the Temporal Rain emblem, by the way.
Yeah, so really relying on the... Okay, I'm really just trying to think about... it's I think it's a physical damage. Chang'e, they're gonna go in.
I think so, too. Lockdown with a heavy spin on Kimchi Man, but he's so tanky. He's gonna be fine as Shark goes in the backside, gonna be able to find Diego, and now also Crystal falls under the tier 2. Kimchi Man just so tanky alone will be just fine. The Infernal Pursuit playing dividends here. This new Phoveus. What do we call this? A reworked Phoveus? Is it like a
revamped
Phoveus?
That's what we call them. Yeah, dude, I'm legit like every time something comes up. Oh, Melon up top.
Okay, in trouble. Look at the damage coming out here.
Whoa.
This is an A. Okay, good enough shield though already. The Hanabi playing a part here for Black Witch. Now for the rest, White Horse taking a ton of damage. Himself will go. Diego's gonna be the one to fall in. Shark swoops in, takes too much himself, and it's gonna be a double for Fenguri.
Again, every time something pops up, right, the game pops up, I see all the Retributions. They're all gonna go for the slow Retri, by the way. They're all gonna go for the blue Retri in this game. Really just trying to utilize the slows, yeah, to catch up. I mean, understandably, they are all technically melee. Down below Tarzan, I think even the observers are having a bit of trouble here, just following all the action going on, because really, for USA, I'm still trying to think about what the strategy is. He's gonna go for the dive!
He goes for the dive, gets the kill. Fenguri's gonna go ahead and go down in the exchange, but man, USA, they're gonna continue on taking these buffs. Again, multiple Retributions. It's gonna be taken care of really quickly, even with the Avatar being used here by Dalsim. Pops the Vengeance. They're gonna fight once again. Forcing him back a little bit further. There's one Retribution going to be used, and now Shark on the backside of the tier 2. Still looking for the kill here. They get the heavy spin out. The wave isn't going to be enough. Tarzan gets punished. Dalsim will fall down alongside Kimchi Man. So Guadeloupe fighting back against this full force of Retribution lineup.
It's an attack speed build for the Chang'e. I think White Horse at this point, he better just build damage too, right? A Golden Staff already built down here. The 6-minute Black Witch. Oh no.
Okay, Melon, look at the damage coming out. Meteor Shower gonna be dropped down. A couple more hits. Pops the regen too. Black Witch is gonna be able to survive that for now. Melon also has the orange buff here. You can already see how that AT build is really helping out. Look at this Shark. Has eyes sets on Black Witch. Goes in under the turret. Will clean up the kill for Melon. taking a couple shots with the turret himself, and now the turtle for the taking. Shark also picking up an early Winter's Crown. Spear of Alpha going to be used on Diego. Diego going to be forced back. Here's Kimchi Man. Slams him down, looks for more, finds some more with the pursuit. A couple more shots, and they get the final slash on top of him too. Fengari will fall. Next on the chopping block, Dalsim under the turret, trying to keep it together, but he's gonna get clashed down. Shark also joins the fight. Jumps out with the avatar, but he's gonna get chased down again. Shark, one more hit, one more swoop in. He'll clean up the kill.
This is, this has got to be the best dream for all the Clippers out there right now. They have more content. I can already imagine the thumbnails here. 5 red tree from Team USA. Melon on the Changa goal. A final slash.
Final slash into a full force of retributions. They're gonna run it down mid. They're gonna find Crystal in the exchange too. So already happy with that. USA furthering the lead. Can you imagine? Shark's gonna jump in, Beyblading behind the turrets. Still holding together for now. Tarzan in enemy territory will get dragged back a little bit, but he's got the rest of the team here. They got 3 retributions. The shields are going to pop 2 on these base turrets.
What?
Right now, USA, look at the damage coming out from Melon. Melon popping the meteor shower. Won't be able to pick up the kill or clean it up just yet. Tarzan still winning there. Spear of Alpha in, goes in, challenges them all. We'll be able to find Black Witch. Heavy spin going to be used against the wall. Crystal's in trouble. Look at the damage from this Tarzan. The Alpha there. They're just going to go and try to end it themselves. Tarzan taking a couple of shots. The rest of the team finally make it here. Kimchi Man and Wide Horse now part of the fight as they punch it in a little bit further. Tarzan finally taken care of. Kimchi Man, there's Shark again from the base into the enemy base, into the enemy territory. Fengari will fall. Kimchi Man picks up a kill. They're still looking to clean it up if they can. The Dark Wave already going to be used. The Pursuit as well. Wide Horse goes in, bobs and weaves out, but will fall. But Melon looking to clean up the kill before they can end the game, but the Fountain Healing is there. He'll just focus on the base. Can he end it? He can't. Gets knocked up with the Enhanced Chains. But now here comes Shark. I don't know if he's actually going to take the risk. He jumps in. He goes in with all the cables, and everything else will get forced in, and they're going to get punished. And it's a shutdown. A Guadeloupe tired of what USA is trying to do here.
You know, I'm glad you're taking the play-by-play on this game, Naisu. You know, it's this non-stop action. I haven't had a chance to talk at all because of how much action's going on, man. That's crazy. I'm legit actually lost for words. I don't even know how to color this. What do we do? There's nothing to analyze here. They're just taking everything away from Guadeloupe. Every single creep in the jungle. And every single one of the members from Team USA can do it. They can just walk up red tree and take it away. And I would love to see them just use all their red trees on the Lord there. But unfortunately, that's definitely a missed opportunity. Tarzan
going to jump in with the Spear of Alpha. They got the retributions for this now. Meteor Shower going to be dropped in. They have the shields to help them out, but look at the damage on the front side. Final slash 2 going to find the mark. Crystal's going to be the one to fall, and now Shark making his way down the mid. Still going. Another Spear of the Alpha forces them back a little bit further. Diego 1 shot away. Shark going to go into the fountain. Goes in a little bit too far as he gets beamed down. But the Lord still making his way down mid. Only down a Shark. Multiple members down for Guadeloupe. And at this point, Melon could just lock onto the base, and Tarzan gonna jump in, forces it in with the Spear of Alpha. Focusing on the Crystal, they might just let the Lord finish up, trying to keep it together here. Goes out, but that's gonna be game number 1. 10.5 minutes, basically, for game number 1. The full force of 5-man retribution from the United States.
What says USA better than that, right? Freedom, 5 retributions. Oh my Lord. What a game. I mean, I don't know what the highlights is going to look like, but we can probably play the whole 10 minutes of that game. Just replay the whole thing and talk over it because, oh my goodness, they legit played. I have no words. I legit have no words, Naisu. They played Fanny Rome, they played Changa Goal, and they went all 5 retribution.
Mirko.
Even in the draft, we were already confused. We literally questioned the draft. We said on, the production chat, we asked if this was actually legit, if we're going to have a redraft because of, the issues that we've had in the past. No, it turns out it is legit. This is a strat, and it's quite a cringe strat, to be completely honest with you. It's not, it's definitely a skibbity strat, as the Gen Z would call it, as my generation would call it, because it's just chaos everywhere. I would love to see the first minute of the game replayed again, because I think that was really what made this composition special. The fact that they can actually use all the 5 retributions and all of them can get XP and gold now that, you know, the change has been made to the retribution holders in the patch. I think that's what enabled them to actually go for all these invades early on and to kind of mess with the pace of the game instantly. So I don't know. I think the developers watching this are already, you know, getting very, very concerned. They're probably sweating because if this becomes meta, this is not good game design. You know, I really hope this is just a one-off thing. I really hope this doesn't happen in like our pro games. But hey, it was entertaining. That's for one. There's nothing to talk about here. It was just them styling on Guadeloupe. They're legit just, you know, taking them out inside of their base. Truck dives in. And then Melon, I love the fact that Melon decided to just watch them die to the Lord. I mean, I guess that's the way to end the game, right? When you already have the Lord there, when your opponents are so far behind, I guess you can just watch them die. 10 minutes the game was, and you were saying the fastest game that you've casted today was 9 minutes, right? So
Yep.
they almost were able to beat that. They were already inside of the base. Melon could have ended the game at the 8th minute mark, but he decided, nah, 8 minutes would be way too short of a game. He needs the extra 2 minutes there, and he did prolong the game by not hitting the base up until 10 minutes. But still, what a stomp of a game. What a strategy. Please,
We
I
said
hope
let
this
them
doesn't
cook,
get
and they
meta.
cooked.
They cooked something that is illegal, brother. I really, really hope this doesn't get meta. I hope this,
It's
you know, I
not.
hope this
There's
stays
no
just
way,
here.
dude. There's no way.
Busan needs to revert their change on the retribution or something.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, and it almost makes you wonder, and maybe, you know, maybe at some point you can ask your good old buddy White Horse here, what the play was, right? Because from what we saw for the draft, there was a missed ban, at least from our side of what we saw, and then maybe it was just like, yep, let's all just roll with these retributions, like 5-man retribution, like let's just go for it. Like I wonder what the talking process was like for them for that. But yeah, Tarzan's gonna get the MVP here on that alpha. But I don't know, this lineup, can we just say the whole team was MVP for making this work?
I don't know. I guess so, right? When we're talking about MVP, it probably has to be just all of them. But Tarzan, obviously, with 5 retries, with 5 junglers, the king of the jungle takes the MVP slot. It's very poetic there with Tarzan taking it away. But the fact that, you know, they were able to bully the Julian gave the Alpha so much of a lead. And we already know how broken the Alpha is if he is ahead. Hey, if he's 6 levels ahead, I guess that's a bonus right there. I think by the end of the game, it was like, Julian was level 7. I'm going to recheck real quick. But yeah, he was so far behind. Yes, level 7. When Tarzan was level 12, he was actually 5 levels down, and I think Tarzan was able to farm up to level 13 by that time. So Tarzan actually hit level 13 before the Julian hit level 8, before Diego got level 8.
Yeah,
They all just went
they
in
took
the jungle,
everything.
retrieved their camps, took everything, and I think the change of the retribution, I'm not too sure if this is actually the case, but I thought after reading it that if there are 2 retribution holders and, you know, someone takes it away, you still get the XP and gold, but not all of the XP and gold. It's going to be like divided in 2.
Yeah.
I think it might not be. I think all of them might have gone the same amount of XP and gold. And that's why they were able to make it work. Because even if, I don't know, I'm trying to theory craft, right? Trying to make it make sense. But I guess we're just going to throw it on break. 5 minutes. We'll see you guys after this. We need a break. Welcome back, guys. That was a good break. We needed that break to talk about
Was a good
things.
break.
Me and Naisu. I think the players, or at least for Team USA, they definitely did need the break. That break was more for us, you know, to try to process what just happened. And I think that break was for the Julian, for Diego, because oh my God, he didn't even get his level.
You know what this
he ended
was?
the game by level 8, and then he didn't even get his stacks, Naisu. So he actually didn't get his.
He didn't get his
blue
stacks,
retry.
man.
He didn't get his new, like, the empowered retry. Oh man.
You know what this was? This was
What was
US seeing the double retry yesterday, and then being like, "Nah, hold my water. We'll bring the 5-man
Hold my
retry.
freedom."
Hold my freedom. Hey, by the way, Shark, you know, we see what you added to the name, right? So
Yeah.
they wanted to make the land Don great again, so that's what they did.
We have Kimchi Man. We have, you know, Shark with that name too. Okay. Oh, let's get back into the game here, Naisu. At this point, right? Usually, this is the segment. This is the part of the broadcast where we talk about the adaptations to be made. But what are the adaptations to be made, right? You can't ban the retry You can't ban the retry spell from the game.
Yeah, you can't.
There's no
ban
way.
it.
There's no way for you to deny what's coming. I don't know if they actually want to do it again, but maybe this time they can't. They need to go for utility jungle, right? Because if they go for an assassin,
Is that the
I think they're gonna go for 5 retries again, dude. I have no idea, but we'll see. We'll see how this draft goes by. So far, pretty normal. This time, Guadeloupe on blue side. They banned out the Juicin. Same bans. USA. Oh no. That's a sign right there. They're banning Xavier. I don't know. It really feels like they're gonna go for 5 melee again and go into the jungle. Diego. Okay, there you go. We get the fanny ban.
Okay, maybe they ban out. I don't know. Like they ban out the
Alpha.
like you said.
Ban out the alpha next. Oh no!
dude,
Look, they're doing it. They're setting up for.
Let 'em
Oh
cook.
no, Naisu.
Let them cook.
Oh, no.
Again. What are they
Guadalupe
doing
banned
this
alpha.
time?
Oh no, they banned the Ling. Oh,
Handling. What is USA gonna ban here? I think at this point we just have to live in real time with them. Miracle. We cannot speculate. We cannot analyze. We just have to live vicariously through this draft from USA and Guadeloupe.
I guess we'll see again. Oh, what is it gonna be? Xavier Valier. What other mage or what other pick will be annoying?
Your team is picking.
Okay, they go for the Gourd, which is definitely not something I would, you know, be threatened by if I'm going for 5 junglers who can actually
Threatening
dive
me.
in. I think. What about you? Nice. So, what do you think about that Gourd ban? I think that one was specifically targeted to attack you.
It's personal, right? They're like,
It's
"Hey,
personal.
Just wait, guys. I don't know. At this point, I can say this: at least USA bans 3. You know, they didn't leave any open. At least for
True.
now. This you could say that you could argue this is better than leaving one open. And I think even for Guadeloupe, they're like, man, what do we pick here, right? Because there's a whole lot open.
They're so
Zask-
confused.
Is this the Zask play? Is Zask enough to go ahead and help with this? I don't know, man. At this point, okay. Export. Export's the answer.
Oh, are they gonna go 5 marksmen now?
Come on, USA.
Come on, USA. All right, they go Bane and Popol. Both of them can bring retry, so it doesn't really throw it off the. Doesn't throw the strategy out, especially with the Popol. I don't think we've ever seen Popol in this meta.
Yeah. We
Okay, they go Lolita, so they're at least with the Lolita, they're saying no 5 marksmen. You can't go for another 4 marksmen. They pick up the Amon as well. Solid option. At this point, I don't know what's solid. Naisu. Will USA just pick up the Alpha again? If they do, then we know what they're doing, right?
We know what they're doing. Yeah. I don't know, man. At this point,
Your team is
Estes.
Estes. Oh, they're gonna go for the push. Now they're gonna go to push. Naisu. Popol and Bane. They eat turrets like it's
Opal and
nothing.
They do. That's true. Actually. I don't know, man. At this point, like I said, for USA, the idea is just to, I guess, end it as fast as possible, even if they don't get all the 5 retries this time around. And I'm just wondering if Guadalupe is actually going to be able to have a game plan for this one. I think part of it too is USA might just be all up in the jungle either way, even if they don't have the multiple retributions.
Your team
Bruno.
Oh my god. They're
Where are
going
we
for the
going with
turret
this?
push. They're all gonna go XP or gold. They're just gonna pick one lane and they're just gonna try to end the game. One lane. In one lane. This is the turret eating meta.
Is this the turret eating meta? They're just gonna run it down mid?
I don't know. It definitely looks like it is setting up to be a turret eating meta
Oh no.
for USA. Oh.
Okay. What does Guadeloupe do here? They see the Bruno. They see the damage to the turrets. They see that they're going to have to protect their turrets. And all they have is a Lolita. That's it. That's about all they have right now, man.
They're playing turret defense at this point, right?
It's not a MOBA anymore.
It's not.
It's a turret defense.
It's an RTS.
All right, Guadalupe, what do you have up your sleeves here? Hanabi and
Okay.
Vexana? Okay. All right, Hanabi once again. I'm assuming that's just, going for Black Witch here. And this time around, what is this last ingredient?
Oh
Kimmy.
my.
Where are we?
The land
Welcome to
of
the
the free.
non-meta. The land of the free.
Non-meta. Team USA. This is truly freedom. Nice. They have the freedom to pick whatever they want.
This
Guadalupe.
is truly freedom.
The fact that USA decided to still commit to this plan, despite already seeing a Lolita on the other side, shows you just how confident they are, right? Because if I were in their place right now, I would be like, all right, pick a Popo, see the Lolita, and I would just be like, all right, maybe we don't go for the marksman here, guys. You know, maybe we need to go back. Because the deadly catch can be turned around by the bulwark. Everything can be turned around.
We tested that.
This is quite scary. We tested that, yeah. Oh, at this point, I guess we're just gonna get into the game. I wonder if they're actually gonna bring Retri. Because if all 5 of them also bring Retri, then I don't know what to say. At this point, we're, like you said, Naisu, we're just gonna have to take the game live like that. We don't need to speculate. We don't need to talk about, you know, what we expect, because we're gonna get into the ladder.
Oh
Dawn.
my.
Oh, it's 5 arrivals, and you can see. Oh no.
What
The
are we
PTSD,
arriving?
Guadalupe have 4 members in the purple buff. No, they don't know what USA are gonna do. They're just gonna stack up top. Oh no, disaster.
Dude, I told you, this is the play of let's just focus on one turret and arrival into another lane.
Oh my god, no, this is dirty.
What do you do? the turret's already almost done. Under a minute. They get a turret
Wait.
down, now they're gonna fight. Oh, they're gonna push them in. They get the first blood for Melon. First blood, first turret in 1 minute here.
Oh no. What lane are they gonna choose next? Fengari gets a kill at least.
Vengare at least gets a kill. Kimchi Man being a nuisance, but they have the heal too. Where do they go next? They already accomplished their first objective here, Mirko. One push, one turret push. Run it down one of the lanes. Arrive to the next.
Teams are gonna go bot. That's Melon and Kimchi and
Oh, no.
another arrival down below. That's Shork as well with a Popo and Koopa.
Oh no. Once again, the gold here for the taking. Flight also joining the fight. Joining up.
Oh,
Doesn't
my
even
Lord.
have the deadliest catch yet. So imagine when these ultimates are online. Here comes the next arrival. Turret's going to be worked on a little bit longer. Crystal on the backside. Is he going to engage? But now they're going to go for a fight. They find Fengari. Another turret under the 2-minute mark. That's 2 turrets already. They try to go in. The damage is there. Tarzan's going to be the one to fall. Now, White Horse on the run. Almost level 4. Has the deadliest catch available. Pops it off. Will go down to Black Witch. So it looks like Guadalupe has some fight in them yet.
At least this time it's a closer game, right? I mean, even though they've taken 2 turrets,
Yep.
it seems like Guadalupe, they have 3 kills. The gold lead isn't really massive, unlike the previous game. And hey, best thing for Diego is he gets to farm. He gets to be a jungler, unlike the last game. Melon, though. Now, my question is, how do USA contest for neutral objectives? Do they even Kimchi Man?
Oh, Kimchi Man, gonna be in trouble. Gets caught out a little bit too far. Crystal will pick up the kill. Total for the taking, and there's no retributions here for USA. So they're just gonna have to possibly watch it taken here. Fengari going in, possibly for another kill. It's the Eternal Guard that picks up the kill. What a big sword he has. Now deadliest catch going to be used, but hey, Guadalupe's happy with what they've got. They get a lead.
Yeah, that's a good lead for Guadalupe at this point. They can actually go for the fights as well. Mid lane. Oh, what?
Oh no. Now the tier 2, 3 minutes in. What world are we in where tier 2 is getting hammered down at 3 minutes and 20 seconds? Crystal joining the fight now. Where else are they going to go with the arrivals here? USA. They don't care about the pickoffs.
Wait.
They don't care about the kills. Okay, they can't. All right. They're not going to follow that one up. But USA finds a tier 2 this early in the game.
And they're actually going to utilize this to go inside of the jungle. Getting the pressure down on the bottom side of the map, getting the prio for the enemy orange buff. Melon's probably going to die here. Diego's going in.
Oh, all right. He just slides on through. Gonna be fine.
no.
Gets the heals also from Tarzan this time around. Look at Kimchi Man and Shark just trying to get this base
No way.
turret 4 minutes in. There's no way they get this. Arrival gonna be used again. Kimchi Man gonna be taken out. Still working on the turret. They get it with the deadliest catch. Flight Horse. He's accomplished what he's wanted, and now he's gonna run for this a base turret down under the 5-minute mark. Absolute insanity. Meanwhile, Melon working on the top side here, and Arrival gonna come in. The rest of USA making the way. Tarzan's there to heal him up, but he's actually going to have to deal with the damage coming out from Diego. Melon jumps in under the turret, and this is Tarzan next going to fall, but it's half health on that base turret. Meanwhile, in the mid lane.
You know how crazy this strategy is? The fact that, you can actually pull this off, and even Moonton didn't know the strategy exists technically, because the Holy Defense comes up with I forgot the timing exactly for the Holy Defense, but you can see that the Holy Defense is not even up. So you are not meant to take a base turret at the 4th minute mark. This is just them abusing the fundamentals of the game. They're abusing the game's rules, and they're playing Turret Eater. It's turret defense versus turret eating contest for USA here. And they've already gotten a base turret, so that's going to be a constantly slow pushing wave in the bottom lane. They can set up for the far lane, and if they continue to farm like this, they're actually not losing as much as you would expect. Diego.
Oh, no. Okay, this could be a response here. Endless Shards could be used. Can't get a kill, though. Diego was looking for it. Now Melon might be able to get the kill down there on bot. Oh, that's not enough for the damage, but Diego will go down in the exchange. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down too, but Fengari will get punished. And now it just seems like USA is everywhere with the arrivals. You have no clue where they're coming from. Still not able to get that turret, but they might just try to push it in here in the bottom. Are they going for the record of the fastest game in Iesf so far? Newman Blast going to be dropped down by multiple members. They're going to work on the crystal.
They're gonna do it.
Flight Horse takes it in, and that's going to be in 6 minutes for USA as they sweep Guadalupe.
That's gotta be a record. That's a new world record, I feel, for the fastest competitive Mlbb game of all time. 6 minutes and 1 second. I believe the last one, it was Vietnam versus Namibia in Iesf Bali. And that was 6 minutes and like 50 seconds. So I think they've legit set the fastest record in Mlbb history. That's the fastest competitive game that has ever been played. United States, congratulations, I guess, for taking that record home. With 5 arrivals, 3 marksmen, a Bane, and 1 Estes.
Oh my goodness. It's been back-to-back, man. First the 5-man retribution, and then the 5-man arrival. You called it.
The fact that they set it up
You called it in the draft. My goodness.
The setup, Naisu. The setup. They are masterminds at work, right? Because if you see, game number 1, it was all about the invades. They made Guadalupe think that the next strategy was going to be the same thing. They're just going to use their arrivals to invade. They made them group up on the purple buff, and then they go towards one lane, bursting it down at level 1, minute number 1. So, hey, they got a base turret at the 4th minute mark. The Holy Defense wasn't even there. They end the game at 6:01.
My goodness. I was a little skeptical if they would actually end it this early, but with the lineup that they had, it had one mission. And that was to get the record for the fastest time. 6 minutes and 2 seconds, man.
6 minutes and 2 seconds. That is how fast you can end a game in Mlbb. professionally. That boggles my mind. I've never
That's
been
gotta be the
able to even
fastest
end
possible
games at
ever.
8 minutes. 6 minutes and 2 seconds. That's definitely going to be a very, very hard
Dude.
record to beat for every other team.
That was
out
our
there
break
who's-
earlier.
That was. You're right. I think the break. Yeah, 5 minutes. That would have been our break if we got to game 3 as well. 6 minutes is usually the break time that we have. So, man, I guess USA they took that break and they said, yeah, maybe we did need that break for them.
Yeah.
Amazing performances from every single one of them. I don't know what to say. The damage at turret is impressive, right?
Yeah, definitely is. They had one plan in mind, and that's 47,000 damage in 6 minutes. Man,
This is the Skibbity Sigma Chad strat.
it's the
Of course, Kimchi Man
strat.
gets player of the match.
It's the Kimchi Man
One-
strat. He had to
This
be up to
can't
it.
be more perfect. It's a 6 minute and 2 second game. Your MVP is Kimchi Man, and his KDA is 1-2-3.
Oh man, what like? Could there not be a more perfect setup here with a KDA even 1-2-3 for Kimchi Man? If there, I don't know. That has to be someone's thumbnail picture.
Shout out to the Clippers, by the way, for because yes, they are going to be farming content with this game, this match.
Yeah,
We had a total of 16 minutes of the duration of 2 games was 16 minutes. The drafts were, I don't know if we can say the draft was longer for game number 2 compared to the game, but we are gonna go on the longest
that's
break
a long.
of the American regional qualifiers, and I don't think we're ever
I know
going
you
to
saw
see
that too.
a 68-minute break later on in the tournament. Maybe we get to see that again. We get to see the rivals, but nice to you. Any last words before we go to break?
Hey, that's gonna be it for me. USA, you've made the land of Dawn great again. Congratulations on probably the record, and maybe that's a pocket strat they pull out in the playoffs. I don't know, but it was interesting to see, and maybe Moonton, you might want to look at this.
Congratulations, USA. We're going to go on a 68-minute break before we get to the final match of the day. See ya.
Welcome back to Iesf. You guys are still watching the American Regional Qualifiers. Still with me, Burger Kim, and of course Mirko. Bet you guys are surprised that I'm the one doing the intro right now because that was quite a break that we've had. We're going to be down to our last match for the day. We're going to be having Argentina versus Chile here for the Americas Group B. And Mike, can I just say that we've seen a lot of like really intense games yesterday. Brazil versus Argentina actually extended all the way to game number 3, and now we're gonna be seeing a team that we haven't seen them play just yet. It's Argentina, Chile for the first time here in the America qualifiers.
Really cool stuff, right? We got to see Argentina pull off a reverse sweep actually up against Brazil. So goes to show you that Argentina, with all the experiences that they've had in previous international tournaments, they're actually able to utilize that to get the better of Brazil when it comes to composure, especially after losing game number 1 to Brazil. I really thought after game number 1 that Brazil would actually take it, especially considering as well in game number 2 they had a solid draft too. So Argentina, they know how to play the early game, they know how to play the late game. But I think if there was one takeaway that I want to talk about here from yesterday's match against Brazil for Argentina, it's got to be that Argentina love it when they actually get a proper front-to-back composition. If it gets a bit too messy, that's usually when their composition, when this lineup actually are at a disadvantage. So that's something that Chile could utilize as extra data for them. Maybe they want to go for a draft that actually does kind of scatter Argentina in these team fights.
Yeah, speaking of Argentina, we have to reintroduce to everybody once again who either missed out on the live stream yesterday, weren't able to catch it, and now you're finally here. You got Valentin Siv Covelli, Lionel Meteoro Pinero, Thomas Arctic Ibarra, Pablo Paquito Balog, not to be confused with the hero. You also got Diego Jotun Balog. Very, very I would say it feels like my neighbors, like when I say these names, and it's pretty similar, like lots of influences here and there, Philippines, Argentina, but you guys have seen them yesterday, and they were finally able to close the series 2-1, a very close match up against Brazil, who is also very seasoned. Actually, they were the representatives last year for the LATAM or the Panam or LATAM region for IESF last year. So upsets already here and there, but Argentina, I believe like some of you guys have seen some of these players already play in the world stage, if not like some of the pocket tournaments here and there.
Yeah, especially for Jotun, who was able to participate in the M3 World Championships as well, I believe. Or no, he was part of SA11 actually for M4. I think the big names that I remember personally from that lineup was Jotun, Erwin as well. Erwin was definitely the standout. But yeah, I mean, with this lineup, even Arctic here, they're pretty well versed in international tournaments. So going up against Chile, where I would say in terms of their rosters as well, we're gonna get to see them in a bit, and you're actually perfect timing to introduce Chile. It's Luis Young Miranda, Matthias Shen Caceres, Patricio Super Hate Perez. We have Felipe El Socas Bilch and Mario Menino Agresivo Argandana. Again, for Chile, when we're talking about the names, when we actually just get a glimpse of the roster, definitely inexperience compared to the Argentinian lineup, right? So double-edged sword, the same thing that goes for all the previous matches that we've seen from a lot of the countries that we don't really see Mlbb from.
Right.
They're gonna have a lot of data on Argentina, and Argentina, I don't really think they're gonna have a lot of data for Chile, and what picks they like to go for, what their play style is. That could be used very, very well in game number 1, especially to try to get a win. Because again, in this bracket, there's only 3 teams for the second group of America, and every single game counts. The fact that Brazil was able to take a game off of Argentina yesterday, that makes it super close.
Yeah, very close. And even for Chile, they haven't played a single live stream game, I believe, and their stats are pretty clean. So I guess this is the best way to put everything that they got, especially for this game, since this is gonna be the last match for today. And not only that, I believe for them, this is a gateway to something amazing, perhaps, right? I mean, going up against these giants, Argentina and Brazil. I don't know, for Chile, again, stick to the basics. I talked to Naisu about this. Perhaps maybe use the meta to your advantage. And I think with Argentina having a whole lot more VODs, right? There's just so much to take in for that side. But I think for Chile, just go with comforts, and this is going to be the last time, perhaps, especially for the group stage, to be experimenting, to be able to put out, something new before we head over to the next stage.
Absolutely. And I think for Argentina, they need to try to utilize the momentum that they got from the reverse sweep yesterday, try to get a clean sweep, right? Because again, if they even drop a single game, it actually does give a chance for, I think, even Brazil to still come out on top. Brazil can still win against Chile, and if they get a 2-0, maybe that actually mixes up with the point system, and maybe that creates an opportunity for there to be a tiebreaker. But again, we're going to have to take a look at the standings again, the group standings. For you guys who want to actually check it out, go ahead and check out the link in the chat that will always just be sent out from time to time, iesf.gg. If you guys want to keep track of every single game too, not just Mlbb, you guys can keep track of every single group, of every single game, of every single region, and it's really, really great, especially when, you're rooting for a particular nation. Go ahead and check it out.
But
see
live.
the updated standings too, because some matches are actually played off stream, so yeah, very comes in handy, definitely, for the American regional qualifier.
Yeah, I'm looking at the website right now, and we're talking about America's Group A. You've already seen USA, some of the teams like the Bahamas, Costa Rica playing earlier. That was America's Group A, but I think it's really tight here in America's Group B, knowing that there's only going to be 3 countries here: Argentina, Brazil, Chile. I think every single point is going to count, especially if you guys want to make it to the next round. And so far, looking at the stats here, it's pretty tight already for yesterday's matches. 2-1 for Brazil and Argentina. Argentina obviously winning that one. And now we're going to be down to perhaps the last 2 matches for Chile, because we haven't seen anything from them just yet. So they're going to be going up against, of course, none other than Argentina and Brazil. And yeah, let's see how they'll fare. Especially, this is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing, what they can bring out, what strategies that they're comfortable with. Are they more like the assassin type of team, or are they more of like the utility jungler type of team?
That's a good question, because for the most part, I think most of the teams who found success have been assassin teams. Really, utility hasn't been doing that well here in the American regional qualifiers, and I think overall, even in ranked games, everybody who goes utility usually just don't really have a good time, because of the fact that assassins and damage dealers and the junglers have so many more ways to clear the jungle. I think with a couple of changes in the jungle already, damage dealers just clear it out much faster. Getting that lead, it's super, super solid. But again, if we're talking about this group, or Group America B, the fact that there's only 3 teams in this group creates an opportunity for there to be a 3-way tie. So if Chile actually gets a win here, and then Brazil wins up against Chile later, we're going to see a 3-way tie and possibly a tiebreaker match for America B. But here it is. We're just going to jump into the draft. It seems for Chile, red side, they're the ones that ban out the Zosk and the Julian. Argentina, interestingly enough, will be the ones banning out the Chimp and the Ling. Good thing is for Chile, they really did their homework here. Julian was a prio pick for Argentina. Always first pick yesterday against Brazil. Jolton finally gets targeted. Not just the Julian, but the Hayabusa as well.
Yeah. Wow. This leaves the Jusin open, and I think for the most part of this tournament, we've always seen it in the ban list. Every time it is up, definitely you're gonna pick it up. But the answer, of course, is gonna be usually the Roger on the other side. Maybe go for like an XP laner like Terizla. Edith, that I've seen so much more today than day number 1. So again, up to Chile, what they want to put out, since this is going to be their first game, their debut here in the American Regional Qualifiers 2024. And they're going to be starting it off real strong. A Roger and immediately a Grok being put up here for Chile.
Really fast Grok pick. We don't really see Grok a lot, not even the second phase, right? So the fact that we see it in the first phase is very, very unique already for Chile. I think definitely it does fit with a Roger. You want to try to go for the dive. Argentina, they can try to counter that though by picking up a Minotaur. It's going to be a solid answer to whatever dive that Chile want to go for. And it's already really good setup too for the Jusin. I think for the Jusin, most of the times you want to have someone like a Minotaur, a Grok, a Cho, someone that can clear the lane very, very fast, because that's usually the weakness for Jusin. You have a lot of fighting power, but wave clear isn't really her strong suit. Terizla gets picked up as well, setting up for an assassin jungler, but Chile going for the alpha. Probably the only fighter that actually still works in the meta right now, and I would say works is an understatement. Alpha has been racking up a whole lot of wins in a lot of different tournaments.
Oh,
And
yeah.
just earlier with the 5 retries, Team USA got it done with the Alpha.
Yeah, they played like alpha even in the games that they've had yesterday, and I would say a relatively good win rate on this hero. True damage really can't be ignored, especially in this current meta where you're talking about damage after damage. A lot of the assassins are taken out here, which leaves options like. I wouldn't say it has a very high success rate. Nolan. There's also the Lancelot, but I think this is forcing out the options from Argentina since the Hayabusa, the Ling is out. Maybe perhaps the Fanny could be an option if they're comfortable with that. And the mid laner would be the target here for Argentina, knowing that they already have their first 3 picks are solid. I was talking about the Nolan, and there you have the ban coming through. It seems to be like a Valentina and a Novaria centered ban here. It's very fast too, Mirko. I feel like these two teams have either gone up against each other on scrims or maybe have gone up against each other in ranked games, and yeah, it's very fast bans and picking from both sides.
Yeah, very unique bans too coming in. I think for the Valentina, Moskov, Nolan, actually pretty normal, right? But in Novaria has really fallen off in the meta. But maybe because Argentina, they see the 3 assassin bans here, they want to try to, they want to anticipate a pick like a Novaria that can still be very, very good, especially considering for Argentina, right now at least there's no real dive. So someone like a Novaria could definitely take advantage of that, utilizing the range, utilizing Astral Echo to enhance some of these, hitboxes and give the rest of the team, Rock, Roger, Alpha, so much more ways to go for the dive. The Lilia is a great option to go for in the mid lane. We were talking about how Juicin struggles when it comes to clear. Now add a Lilia into that lane and it's going to be even harder for the Juicin to find level 4. Super fast clear.
Super fast clear. Like fast is definitely an understatement. Super fast.
The fastest.
For a Lilia. You can pair both of them. Oh yeah, both of that. And I think it's a great choice here for Chile too, because I think they're anticipating assassins. So, having a mid laner who can really sustain all of that with the black shoes will really be a big help, especially it seems like Argentina is setting up a very heavy team fight-centric composition. They're going to go with the Xborg here in the jungle and close it out with, of course, the Melissa here in the gold lane, knowing that it's going to go up against the Roger. Chile still needs that XP laner that can really go head-to-head with the Terizla here. Is Edith going to be an option? Because it seems to be like there's a lot of CC here, and I don't think the Edith's going to do too well, even up against the Melissa and the Zucian that has so much more range.
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions to be asked right now. They go for the Barats instead. That will be going to the XP lane. Barats XP, anti-CC, trying to go in, even diving towards the Minion's Fury.
Yeah.
So I definitely see the idea behind this Barats pick. They want to play a little bit more with the anti-CC because Brock has it too. Now add in the Barats, you're going to have the 2 frontliners able to just walk through the Minion's Fury. But the main problem with the anti-CC and how they want to try to walk into the Minion's Fury is that Argentina have layers of CC. You have anti-CC, but it's not going to last forever, right? And if you dodge the Minion's Fury, that's cool. But they're not going to be able to dodge the penalty zone and also the Lantern Flare, just picking you up constantly. So for Argentina, I think they have already a very, very good composition. A lot of different layers of CC and really good damage too. The Melissa pick, I love it. I'm a Melissa main personally. I really always enjoy seeing the Melissa here and the Xborg in the jungle. It's a good way to go up against the Alpha.
Well, your profile picture here is, not other than the Jujutsu Kaisen skin of Melissa over here at Discord. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that you are a Melissa main. But I love how seeing the Melissa coming back as well. You've seen it from Melon, and now you're going to be seeing it here from the side of Argentina. We're going to be going into game number 1 here. Matchup between these two teams. BO3 once again to close out or to cap off day number 2.
Let's see it. Is it going to be another full sweep, or will we end the day just like yesterday, where it started off with 3 matches going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then we got an amazing banger of a match. Very, very close every single one of the games. We actually got the longest game in the whole day as well yesterday from Argentina, Brazil. So far, Meteoro really just using the Juicin to bully Yang there in the mid lane, who still has a lot of clear, but it doesn't seem like they're going for that mid prio. It seems like they're actually giving a lot of pressure back or away, because Meteoro and Cario, they've been doing a good job. Now again, picking both of them up, slamming them to the ground.
Oh yeah, the memes are coming up with the Zushin. I don't know if you've been seeing it, right? Like the Zushin can just pick anybody up, pull them back. It feels like a Faramis to me, like the second skill. It's pretty similar. You get to tug everybody in. It's also a great way to initiate. And hold on, am I seeing a Demon Kite here for Chile? I feel like this happened also last year. They had a Benny Cutie in the gold lane. So I think they're really taking a lot of inspiration, especially from Southeast Asia, the Philippines in particular. So I don't know if this is, maybe an inspiration coming out from like the actual Demon Kite from Aurora, Philippines.
Yeah, I think it should be, like, inspired by Demon
Yeah.
Kite, but who knows? Maybe he's the OG Demon Kite, right? Maybe he doesn't know at all. But obviously, a lot of inspiration, definitely. When we're looking at the draft as well, I think, they've taken a whole lot of inspiration from a lot of the tournaments that are going on right now. Simultaneously, it seems like Jotun will be able to start things off. Demon Kite still has the Spear of Alpha. Barat's jumping in with the Detonus. Welcome. Jotun still finding the turtle with the Retribution. Now with the knock-up 2 and the last Insanity. The Dino is going to be taken down there. It's a brutal end to the Dino's life.
Yeah, I raised my eyebrows earlier with the Barats. I get it's a way to either answer out to some of the picks here for Argentina, but once you dive in with the Detonus welcome, and then
That's it.
You got like massive CC here from Argentina, last Insanity to add it all up. You also got the knockups coming out from the Minotaur. It's really not that easy, knowing that you've already used up your flicker, so that's one way out. The Paris doesn't really have that much mobility, so definitely a win there for Argentina, picking up the turtle and picking up the first blood as well.
No, even up top, I saw Civ was very, very low earlier, but now he's actually a level ahead earlier, so very good stuff. Looking at it again, Demon Kite going to be caught. Forced to use the Spear of Alpha. Last Insanity very aggressively into the back as well. Able to find the kill with Meteoro. Putting the beacon down. And now onto Elxokas on the Groff. Luckily, still having the power of nature. Getting out of that Lantern Flare pickup.
Yeah, man, there's just a lot to take in here for Chile. You got Meteoro being just a menace here, tugging in and out, or kind of like pulling you in these team fights that you don't want to be in. Plus, you got Kerio just, soaking up the damage here, for, being the frontliner for Argentina, that you really can't penetrate the backlines every single time. And there's another engage here onto Demon Kite. I'm not so sure if you can make it out. Spear of Alpha. Again, they're baiting out all of these ultimates from Chile, which is making it really hard for them to kind of like counter-initiate in these team fights.
And Jotun is already a level ahead. Civ is doing well up top too, and now Elxokas has already used the power of nature. Spear of Alpha coming down again. Good Purify out. As a Mini Fury actually knocks Demon Kite up. Good wild charge over to Kerio. Now forced to dash across the board. In the Roger, able to find Lycan Bounce. Now pinned up by the go away. Unable to maneuver. Great moves. Your Lycan Bounce still used up. Civ able to kite away now. Good death to this welcome. Munching on towards the Juice, and Meteor going to be taken down as the last Insanity comes down as well, but is unable to find its mark. Now Zamu all alone. Penalty zone locking him down. A good Purify out, but Arctic follows through with the flicker. Swinging the hammer to find a triple kill in the end to give Argentina a big win for the Turtle.
Yeah, that was so many ultimates thrown out. You got the Minoan's Fury, you got the last Insanity, plus, having the Brave's Might here on Arctic just really made him all the more tankier in those team fights. He was able to set up a nice penalty zone and eventually was able to get the clap back here up against the side of Chile. And looking at this 5 minutes in, you got a 15k gold lead here from Argentina. Not that far just yet. I like the answers coming out from Chile, but they have to do so much more because Argentina, they're just going to keep doing this. Sandwich them in between and get the turret conversion right after the main objective.
Oh, Purify this time. Yang still with the black shoes, but now going to be picked up again. And no, the last Insanity has definitely got to be overkill. But it's a kill either way. Civ now putting the muddle down. Kalido, I don't know if you can escape from this. Kario's going to go for the chase now. Getting the Crusade Minions Fury. No flicker. To combo it together to actually find the range. Kalido still able to escape from there. And it seems like there will be a trade on the bottom side. Some mirroring happening from the maneuvers. But still for Argentina, it has to be a win. That's a tier 1 in the mid lane with the tier 1 up top.
Huge win here for the side of Argentina. Not only does it give them a much better position when it comes to like the last few objectives that they'll have to take, Turtle and the Lord. Right now, they have the power position. Zamu gonna try to go in for the Daytona's welcome here. A lot of ultimates being thrown out, as well as the tug in here from the Zushin. And now we see the last Insanity. Jotun gonna try to go in here for Demon Kite as the last Insanity once again gets in 2 members, able to burst down Demon Kite, able to stay for a bit, but not for long. But Arctic once again, eyes on the prize here.
Definitely, yeah. It's just really tough, I would say, for Chile to actually go for anything, right? Because all of their members get chunked down so easily by Argentina's poke, and even Samu. If you use the Death's Welcome, you're done for. That's the only anti-CC that you have, and that is already used up to get out of a few of the layering CC that Argentina have, right? You get out of the Minions Fury, get out of the penalty zone, but then you still have to go up against the Lantern Flare. And Civ, obviously, on the Melissa, gonna be real tough. Oh, they're gonna go in, man. Even with Meteoro, just finding that kill, and now it's just tough. Now they're just gonna continue to siege.
Yep, Demon Kite though, he's in trouble.
Demon Kite? Under the turret, last Insanity, Crimson Beacon coming down. Good wild charge to try to escape, but even under the turret, you're not safe. Jotun able to burn him down. Yang now all alone, forced to go with the black shoes, but it's back to the 3 members. They're just waiting there for the black shoes. It was a triple kill earlier for Arctic. Now it's a triple kill for Jotun.
Yeah, they're forcing out like the purifies here from Yang, and even the flickers out from the flicker out rather from Khalid. Like once you got the purify up, you click that black shoes, and then you kind of regen your HP, but then you get surrounded by at least like 3 or 4 members. But then again, there's some answers here from the side of Chile. Demon Kite though goes in.
Oh, goes in for the Spear of Alpha. Midas Fury in the flicker, now knocking 2 members up. Civ just free hitting with the muddles. It seems like even here under their tier 2, they're not safe. They get picked off just like that. And it really comes down to Meteoro, who's just picking them up.
Very casually like that, with a lantern, mind you. I mean, not the no, you don't see that every day, right? Like
a strong lantern.
Yeah, very strong lantern, very powerful woman here from Meteoro. And I think that's really the reason also why the Zusin really thrives in the current meta. And you see her regenerating all of those HP, but I'm wondering why she's still alive. Zamu though.
Yeah, the penalty zone comes down, and you can see the fire is really starting to burn now. All of them are getting melted down by Civ, by Jotun. 6-0-4, absolute domination now for Argentina and Carrier. Oh, he's going to try to go for a dive with that Winter Crown for sure. He's going to try to go for a big combo and a Winter Crown to bait out some of the resources from Chile. And they've actually already gotten the Holy Defense before the Lord even spawns in the game. Now gonna get the last tier 2 of the game. Yang gonna be picked up, forced to use the Purify. And when the Lantern Flare does that much damage, you know you're in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what the Meteoro's item build is. They've even given him the purple buff here. Argentina wasting no time, actually going straight for this Lord. And look at how fast Civ is chunking that down. Super fast. Plus you got the X-Borg as well to go up and take it in with the Retribution. What's really hard here and what's really surprising too is that you got a Lilia here to poke. You got a Khalid with the Roger to go in for the dives. But honestly, like it's really hard for them, difficult for them to go in for these dives because there's a whole lot of pokes here for Argentina. Khalid though, I don't think he's gonna be able to make it out.
Not at all. Oh, this is unfortunate to see. Zamu also in the bottom lane just getting melted down by Jotun. And at this point, Berg Kim, I don't know. It's just going to be very tough. And even then, despite them being so far ahead, you can see the respect from Civ buying the Wind of Nature already. Our Nature going to be used up by Elxoka to actually get out. Still getting picked up now into Civ's muddles. Dashing forward, bolt wild charge. Used defensively, Meteoro now with the Crimson Beacon into the midst of it all. Picking Yang up, who doesn't have to purify. Lord still up top, very healthy. Still a couple of mini waves now. Good bring back there with a Midas Fury up to 4 members. Not getting all of them up, and Zamu not going to be able to survive that fire coming down. He is actually able to survive just a bit with the healing from the fountain. But the base is just open 10 minutes, and it's a clean stomp for Argentina.
That's Argentina for you, taking in game number 1. It was a close fight yesterday, but this time up against Chile, it was fast bans, fast picking from both sides, and I think it is clear here that both of them have some information to each other, but how Argentina was able to execute that kind of draft, to think that a lot of these assassin picks have already been banned away, rocking the X board, taking in these neutral objectives very early on. And honestly, it was really hard. Like, you see a lot of these good ultimates coming out from the side of Chile being used defensively. Wild Charge, even the Spear of Alpha being used to kind of diffuse the team fights that Argentina has always started. This was the initiate coming out from Chile. A nice attempt there by Zamu, but then again, if you're going up against the Minoan's Fury as well as the Last Insanity, there's honestly no escape. Even Yang there with the black shoes, right? Like, when you click it, it's almost like you're clicking it to your demise. There were some wins here from Chile in the turtle pit. I actually almost thought that Khalid might have gotten in like an outplay there, but presence of mind here from the side of Argentina. They just know when to go in and out, especially utilizing the Last Insanity very well as the triple kill picked up here by Arctic. That really set up the tempo here for Argentina.
4 minutes in, and they were able to get such a massive lead already. And yeah, it was due to the, I think, individual mechanics shining through way more for Argentina in these skirmishes. And obviously, I would say for a lot of the strengths that Chile had, mid-prio, I think even when it comes to the gold lane matchup, they weren't really able to fully utilize that. And at this point, 7 minutes in, they were just way too far behind. That was a 5,000 gold lead. Jotun has 4 kills on the export jungle, and those flames start to really hurt. Even if he doesn't have any kills, it's already painful. It builds up. The fact that he can actually burst people down like he already has a Last Insanity at all times, that's some scary stuff. I have very rarely see an export snowball like this, and it's the thrill and the agony. It's definitely very thrilling for Argentina to have an Xborg as snowballed as that, but for Chile,
Fireball,
it's
I would
a nightmare. Say. Yeah.
It was a fireball. It's not really a snowball because he's like tossing out flames. But yeah, rarely do I see
Flame
that.
ball.
He was, flame ball. I think that's the best way to put it here for Jotun on the Xborg. Look at the damage though. He's like next to Civ here on the Melissa, and it's crazy to think that he hasn't been taken down not even a single time in this entire game. 10 minutes and 39, I would say this is, again, a very standard game. Not really the fastest one that we've seen in the group stage, but definitely you've seen it. Like from at least like the 3-minute mark, like Argentina was just able to fireball all the way to victory here. As you can see, the tower damage, the takes on the turtle, the lords, and even the turrets, they were able to quickly convert, which is what made it really hard for Chile to kind of set things up here, even though they had the parrots for the Daytona's welcome, and even the wild charge here coming up from the Grok. It's just really tough to think that Chile had a lot of pokes here in the form of the Lilia and even the Roger. They weren't able to set things up, and it's all because of the counter engage from the CC here from the side of Argentina. But we have to take a look at, of course, the MVP of the match, none other than the gold laner, Civ. On the Melissa, 606, never taken down even once. I think they have pretty much the same stats as Jotun, but like what you mentioned, Mirko, there's still that respect from the Melissa, building up that wind of nature. I mean, if you're that far ahead into the game, right, sometimes you would just go in full damage, but Civ just respected the fact that, okay, I can still get picked off here by Khalid or some of the members here, like the Wild Charge even, or even the Spear of Alpha. So there was still that respect coming out from Chile. Or Argentina.
I would, yeah, exactly, right? The fact that they were already so far ahead, I would definitely expect them to just go for full damage, just go to try to end the game even faster. But hey, props to them for having a lot of different builds that actually are still very respectful, right? The Wind of Nature too for Civ, the fact that they still have that, despite technically the Roger not really participating in a lot of the skirmishes, not really participating in a lot of the team fights. I'm really happy to see the respect still given over, to their competitors. And hopefully they can actually learn from this game for Chile, and they can come back stronger up against Argentina.
We still have one more game though, Mirko. It's going to be a match point though for Argentina. Let's see if it's going to stretch out to possibly a game number 3. We've seen that yesterday. But for now, this is Burger Kim and Mirko. We're going to be taking a quick break first, but don't you guys go away. The Iesf America Regional Qualifiers will be right back.
Welcome back, guys, to game number 2 for Argentina versus Chile. In game number 1, it was an absolute stomp from Argentina, despite a pretty good draft from the side of Chile, too. We'll see if Chile are able to make the adaptations, just slight adaptations here and there for the execution to do better in game number 2. Still, you guys are going to be accompanied by me, Mirko, and Burger Kim for possible final game of the day. Maybe we'll get the whole day of sweeps here today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it kind of got denied because it was game number 3, especially for the last game, and that's why Nicey was telling me, oh yeah, it can get really crazy when it boils down to the last game, and we're talking about 2 of the teams that really performed very well in the Americas Group B. But coming into this, possibly the last game, again, momentum can be really a big factor here, especially for Argentina. They can still feel it from yesterday's game number 3, kind of translating it over here to today. And I think they both had good drafts. It was just a matter of, I would say, execution. I didn't say anyone had a better draft. It was pretty much even out. But again, the fireball effect from the X-Borg was something that we didn't really expect coming into this game. A lot of uncontemporary junglers, going back to a little bit of the fighters because most of the assassins were already out.
Definitely. Again, flame ball, right? We kind of agreed to call it that now. Not the snowball, especially when the X-Borg's there. Maybe if Rashi was here, he would want the Valier to be the one going for the flame ball. This time, though, already the adjustment for Chile going onto the blue side is going to be Argentina on the red side, banning out the Zosk. So still, not too many crazy changes here in the drafting phase. Chile has adapted to the blue side, though. Now this time they're going to ban out the Rizla, also the Edith, going for the respect bans over from blue side, trying to force Argentina to go for the prio bans.
Definitely, that's something you would want to give to your opponent, especially if you're on the blue side, right? Ban out all those OPE picks, Chip, Zusin. That is something that Argentina should also consider. And right after I mention it, it's gonna go straight to the ban list. Honestly, it was something that made it really difficult for Chile in game number 1. The Crimson Beacon coming out from the Zusin really made it hard to counter engage, and the slows, it was just really way too much to take in, which means that Chile is they can pretty much ban out whatever they want at this point. They can have the prio pick, and for Argentina, I think Assassin should be considered here, the Ling, which leaves out the Hayabusa, but I'm not so sure if you want to go for that first. I would say if you want something safe, go for the Roger. Very flexible if you want to go that route for Chile, or we want to start with something bold. I mean, some teams have started out with the Hayabusa but immediately got answered out by the other team.
And for some reason, Chip, usually has always been banned out by red side, and I've spoken to many different pro players, and they always say if the Chip isn't banned out, it's going to be picked up, and if it does get picked up, might as well just surrender. But here in the American region qualifiers, so far the 2 chips that we have seen, I don't know if I've actually missed out on a few chip picks that you and Naisu have casted, but from the 2 chip picks that I've seen, it's still sitting at a 0% win rate. Good Julian pick here for Chile. Julian was or is a very, very prio hero for Argentina. Jotun loves to get his hands on the Julian, so the fact that they deny it away from him is good stuff. Angela going to be locked in together with the Roger this time around, so still playing with the flex potential of both the Roger and the Angela. Angela in row mid, and Roger in jungle gold.
Yeah, I think flexibility is something that both teams want to go for right now because, you don't really want to be revealing too much of your cards this early on. But for Chile, they have to close it out strong here. They've got a very good early game here with the possible jungler, or maybe even possibly the gold laner here for Argentina. It can get really confusing. So they kind of have to either answer out with, I would say, somebody who's also can be aggressive, great wave clear. Valentina is a good choice. Well, they go for a jungler, or a roamer rather, but they lock in the Ruby here, which is great CC. Sometimes we see it in the gold lane, so I think they're really anticipating what Argentina will do with this Roger. It's all gonna boil down to this next pick. Terizla is already out here for Arctic, considering the spectacular performance he had for game number 1, which leaves other options here for the XP lane if they don't want to reveal too much just yet, or maybe even pick up a mid laner already because there's already 2 out. But they're gonna start it off, or end the draft rather, with the Tamas pick up here for Argentina.
Yeah, the Tamas pick here. So trying to emphasize more on the side lane pressure with the Tamas pick, and I'm not too sure if the Roger is going to be in the gold lane, but if it is, They might want to go for a lot of the gold lane bans now, like the carry, for example. I wasn't really expecting the carry. I was expecting the Moskov to get banned out. But yeah, I would say the carry is a pretty good gold laner that can actually still stand toe-to-toe with the Roger. Not in the skirmishes though, but just in a way where you clear the lane. Carry is very good at non-laning. She's very good at just, clearing up the wave and holding, just being an independent gold laner. Weak side, probably one of the best weak sides, along with Claude and Moskov. But they don't decide to ban out the Claude and the Moskov. I think they're setting up for even tankier picks. I think that's what they're looking for right now. With the Thamas already, the Angela, they want to go for even more sustain with some more beefy boys. That's why they got rid of the carry. And this is really strange, but Chip in the second phase, right? It's a sight that we don't get to see a whole lot of. But we see it in this game from Argentina.
First time for everything. Yeah, first time for everything, right? Like you see the Chip usually being banned out in the first phase. I think for Argentina is they want to have team fights with the Angela, right? And having the Chip can really disrupt that fact. Like it has like a map presence pretty much like the Loi. I mean, Chile has already picked up their mid laner, so I think they're just taking out all the possible options here for the roamer. There's still the Minotaur here, especially if you want to go for more CC. The Aurora band comes through here for Chile. Not so sure what the idea is here, but knowing that there's a melee hero here, Julian, the Ruby, it can actually make it really hard with the Aurora stunning everyone, freezing everyone that comes into her way. But Argentina right now, they need to pick up a mid laner and of course possibly a gold laner. I'm still not so sure what they want to do with this Roger. I think for Chile, they're just gonna adjust this Ruby depending on this pick of Argentina.
Yeah, again, for Roger and the Angela, both of them can still be utilized as flex. So maybe Argentina want to play with that all the way to the very end. If they do want to do that, maybe picking up a... No, they have to decide on one being confirmed, and they decide to pick up the Bane. So confirming the Roger in the gold lane, they'll still play with the Angela flex to the very end. I think really just trying to see what Chile want to go for first, because if they go for the Moskov, then I think picking up something like a Minotaur can still work for Argentina. But if Chile go for, I would say, like a Claude, it'll definitely be harder to pull off, and the Minotaur pick will actually kind of hurt them a bit more than it would give them value for, because Valentina is right there. She can actually steal the Minion's Fury, some big ults over to Chile. Right now, there's already a hard guard, so I don't know if you want to give her too many, picks to choose from. It seems like Chile are actually going to pick it up for themselves, the Minotaur, and they go for the Claude. So now putting Argentina in a tough spot. Do they want to flex the Angela as mid or roam? Because at this point, I still think they need a mid laner. I think they need someone of magic damage, because at this point they are fully physical, right? Roger, Thamas, and Bane, they need some more magic damage.
I think a Lilia would be great up against Chile. Not only do you not give the Valentina more ultimates, great wave clear, like when I mentioned earlier, it can make it difficult for the Ruby and even the Julian when it does go for the dives. I'm actually really iffy, a little bit iffy about the draft here of Argentina. They don't really have somebody who can frontline, and if they actually pick up a mid laner here, they go for the Phoveus mid, taking notes from the USA. Okay, I see the idea for the Phoveus here. There's a lot of dashes. There's a lot of chase potential with this pick. But AoE-wise, I don't know, man. It has to go to Chile here. So this means that it's a roam Angela, or not unless they want to go for like a mid Bane. That could also be a thing, but they're not switching it up. So I think it's going to be... Yes, it's going to be that.
Bane Gold. It looks like it's gonna be Bane Gold. I don't know if they didn't swap, but it's Civ who's on the Bane. It's Jotun on the Roger. So Roger jungle. I think this time actually makes more sense, right? You want the jungle to be a bit more of the hyper carry. If you want to play with the Angela and the Roger, definitely fits that description. You already have a lot of chaos as well with the Phoveus and the Bane, so we'll see how exactly this game plays out as we are moments away from getting into game number 2. And you guys can go ahead and tell us what your predictions are. Do you think it's going to be 2-0 for Argentina, or do you think Chile can actually force a third game in this series? Because I know for a fact, Burger Kim and me, we're expecting it to go 3 games at least after yesterday's amazing 3 games for the final series. Here it is, the Land of Dawn. Jotun and Demon Kite both starting on the orange buff.
Yeah, a heavy prio on the Julian here as well for the side of Chile. So one of the, I would say, best junglers so far. I would say really put it up in the A tier. But as you can see, Argentina also doing their own version of disrupting the farm here of Demon Kite. They're actually a little bit ahead, might actually get in the Little Wanderer here as well. Just like short of a minute here. We see Arctic as well giving vision to the side of Argentina. But like what I mentioned, this is a Phobius that can really do the dives, and with the hard guard it's gonna make it all the more easier. A gold lane Bane. I've seen a Ruby, but Bane though can poke up against the claw definitely in the earlier parts of the game. With the crab claw you can really poke the heck out of the claw, especially this is a claw that is rocking a sprint, so it's not really a vengeance claw that kind of deflects the damage. But you can see already the immense pressure coming out from Civ on his lane, making sure that he wins it. And bottom side though, Jotun gonna be forcing Cal lead back, giving Civ actually a whole lot more advantage here. And yeah, they're gonna be taking a lot of plating down bot.
And this is what's really, really strong about the Bane. The fact that he can actually go for a lot. Cario, forced to use the vengeance in mid. But back to the point, bot lane, Bane for gold.
Yep.
What's really, really good about him is he's a lane bully. That's number one. You can actually deal a whole lot of damage, especially considering his matchup is up against the Claude. It's really good for Civ. But most importantly, it's the way that he can actually just siege these turrets. You can see full turret gold already taken away. Argentina, just based on that, have a 1,000 gold lead. And this is going to set up very, very well for the next neutral objective, where they're going to both Cario and Arctic have a vengeance up.
Yeah, down bot though. Civ, he's gonna be able to get the heart guard here. That's gonna be a first blood drawn here for Demon Kite of Chile. But actually, I think they're gonna do in a little trade here. The gold laner for the turtle here, it's actually gonna go to the side of Argentina. Jotun is gonna be picking it up. Not so sure which trade is much better, but this time they give a little bit more momentum to the side of the gold laner. That was a pretty fast burst coming out from the side of Chile. They picked up 2 kills already in the 2-minute mark. So for Argentina, what's good is they've actually taken in the turtle, but haven't been able to convert just yet.
Yeah, good improvement, I would say. You know, for Chile, now way more active around the map, really trying to utilize their strengths here, which is definitely team fighting prowess with Demon Kite, Yang, and Exocus, all in these AoE ability heroes. But for Argentina, they still have Cario on this Phobius going in.
Yep, he has the heart guard ready here for the side of Argentina, and there it goes. The shields are up. There is the deadly catch as well. Demon Kite taken down real low. Gonna get in the love waves there as Argentina picks up 2 kills, 2 members down. Demon Kite as well as El Soxas.
Just like that, they equalize on the board again. Chile had an advantage, and now they're gonna lose it. Kalidu zoned away.
Yep, gonna get the pokes here from the basic attacks of Jotun. But what they want is actually this turret down bot. Very, very fast take-ins, and that's exactly what you get with a Bane. Taking it with force, and at the same time, you see Cario as well, making sure that the chase is up, the ultimate is up here for the Phobius, and it can be really, really annoying, especially in the team fights that Chile wants to go for. There's the enhanced chains, and there's the Minoan's Fury. There goes the ultimate as well. There's the tug-in, blazing to win here from Cali, takes down Cario as well as Civ. Nice clap back here from the side of Chile, and they should be able to take this turret down bot.
And it seems for Argentina at this point, it really becomes a game where it's kind of 50-50, right? Despite them having a lead earlier, able to equalize on kills as well, they still need to be very, very coordinated when it comes to a lot of these skirmishes. Because again, for Chile, if they catch Argentina off guard with that Minion's Fury, even with Yang stealing a few of these resources, it's going to be tough.
Yep, Arctic gonna be forced to use in the ultimate and the vengeance, but it is gonna force him to go all the way in. Zamu gonna be falling. 4 members up against 5 members here of Argentina. They're going to be fighting for the turtle as Jotun is going to be able to pick it up with the retribution. And now we see the setup going to get cancelled out there as the deadly catch has been released here as well. Argentina, they got in the turtle and was able to get a pick off as well.
Well played. Now, a 2,000 gold lead. Again, this gold lead really hasn't been able to stay for that long. Again, they're going to go in.
Yep, El Sosa is going to be forced to soak up the damage. And with the chase from the Phobius. It's really hard to evade that. You got the love waves coming out from Meteoro as well, so there's a little bit of the slows, and now we see the team fight's gonna go on and on. The demonic force, or rather the infernal chase, as the revamped Phobius would call it. Khalid going in for the blazing duet here onto Arctic. He's a little bit tanky here, gonna be able to get healed up, but Demon Kite will pick up the kill here as the enhanced chains come through.
Prolonged skirmish is still in favor of Chile, and in the bottom lane, actually, you see Jotun's still staying busy, despite the fact that they lost some members up top. Oh!
Yep, Demon Kite gonna get in the hard card for themselves here as well. They're soaking up the damage here for Jotun, and now it's only Meteoro left. There's not much you can do, as in Angela instantly gets bursted down. You see the layering of skills here for the side of Chile, and that's what really makes it so beautiful here for this draft. The layering of skills, the Minoan's Fury. You got Yang here as well, picking up the good ultimates. Civ forced to pop in that Crab Claw, but so far it is actually Chile that has the advantage here, the kill scores, but not really the gold lead. Argentina is actually at par with them.
That's a lot of damage from the Crab Claw cannon there. Up top, Claude able to find a play, but doesn't have a tier 1, and they're actually going to be flanked out by Cario here.
Yep, Cario is gonna find Khalid here, but you know, unfortunately, the Blazing Duet is not up just yet. Wow. With how things are panning out here for the side of Chile, I'm actually surprised that it's still the last turtle up for the taking here, as Argentina is going to be positioning themselves here. Enhanced chains come through as Arctic gets in the hard guard here. Going to zone out Demon Kite. Kali is going to be able to free it. Everybody who gets stuck there. It's the Minotaur forced to use in that Minoan's Fury defensively. Zamu goes in for the I'm offended, as Yang and the rest of the gang forced to back away. 1-2 combo here as Jotun picks up the kill here with Lycan Pals. He's not done. He goes in for Demon Kite, but gets outplayed there with the Blazing Duet of Kali. But Argentina, they're gonna take a tier 3 tower.
Again, Argentina, they just don't really care. Crab Claw Cannon!
Oh no, wow. Just like that, taken down by Cario. He was gonna try to go in for a play, but unfortunately, you know, once you have that Phobius up, the Infernal Pursuit, it is gonna be really hard. It's all about the chase here for the side of Argentina. Pair it up with the hard guard here from Meteoro. It's gonna be really hard to burst it down, not unless you're talking about like 4 members from the side of Chile to take you down, but this is not the case here for Argentina. They really know when to pick their fights and go all the way in. 60 seconds before the first Lord is up here for the side of Argentina and Chile. And it seems to be a little bit more equal out right now, Mirko. 8 kills for both sides, and the gold lead is not like a 10k gold lead heading into this game.
Yeah, still, it's quite massive though, the gold lead. Cario again is going in.
Oh, though, the enhanced chain and the hard guard, not enough. They get a shutdown here as Khalid will be able to pick up a killing spree. He gets out with the BMI, and now Arctic as well gonna go in for the retaliation. There's a lot of damage coming out from the Julian of Demon Kite. They want to take this tier 2, but are unable to do so as Chile is able to defend it so well. They're throwing out all of these ultimates, but the pressure is definitely there.
Some good damage from Argentina, but they're actually the ones to lose out a member there in the skirmish. So Cario's definitely going to play it a bit safer. Because even with the Vengeance, you would expect them to be a bit more tanky. So far, so good. I'm offended.
Okay, dash out there from Demon Kite, almost getting it. Zamu unable to pop in the I am offended, and right now under the turrets here of Chile, they're gonna try to go for it. They're gonna take down the tower. Exosa is gonna be the one to fall. Kali going in for the blazing duet, and the 4 members, and they get the shutdown to the side of Argentina. They're able to zone everybody away. Even Yang is not able to get into that Lord Pit with Cario just popping in the Infernal Pursuit here. There's the damage coming out from Demon Kite, but Argentina gonna be swiftly taking the Lord 9 minutes and 45 seconds into this game.
It's a Blade of Despair 2 for Civ, so very, very comfortable there sitting on this Bane. Already with the Snowball. I don't know if you want to call it the Snowball, maybe the Crab Ball this time. We had the Flame Ball just last game with the X-Borg. Now we got Mr. Crab. Technically, he's not really Mr. Crab, but he has a crab a crab claw for a gun. Which is already very unique damage dealt though. Let's take a look at this. 37,000 from the Bane. But what's surprising, it's the roamer, Cario, who has dealt the most damage this game on the Phobius. Just goes to show you how strong the Phobius is if he can actually proc his own Demonic Force and Demon Kite.
Yep, going in for the Thunder Belt here as well for Kerio. That's the reason why he's able to soak up the damage, be a little bit extra tankier as well. And this is not something you see so often. I think the last time I've seen this was Shark's Edith that was able to dish up this much damage. You got the Deadly Catch here from Yang as well. He's able to pick up that ultimate, but they have to defend up against this Lord Mirko that's marching in onto the top side. Argentina doing their very best to at least take in at least the inhibitors for this round. They do have the Blazing Duet here though. They're setting up the place. They're not going in just yet, but the Deadly Catch, double Deadly Catch, just to make the members here from Argentina disperse. Look at the Crab Claw and the I Am Offended here from Zamu, as well as the Minoan's Fury. Everybody's deep into the base here of Chile as they go in for the clapback. Jotun right now gonna go in for the basic attacks and take down that tower, but up against 4 members here. He has to run away, properly time in the Lycan Pounce. Success gonna be soaking up the damage, and now Demon Kite goes in, dashes out with the ultimate. Zamu goes in to sustain with the I Am Offended, but Jotun will be able to pick up the kill. Yang gonna get bursted down here as well. Argentina does not care if there are towers. They're just gonna keep on going in as long as the Infernal Pursuit is there, and they get a 4-man takedown. Here comes the hard card. Kali, the only one left to defend Mirko. Will this be the end for this series as Argentina looking to go for it? They have the minion waves here. They go in and burst down Khalid and finally take this series, the last game of the day, with a sweep.
An unlikely end to Chile in game number 2 there. The way that they were actually able to play that out, Argentina, well played. It was already them getting way too overzealous, way too overconfident, just diving into the base turrets and really not respecting the wave clear and the combo that can be presented by Chile. But by the end of it all, Argentina, with the 2 members that were caught by the I'm Offended, unfortunately for Chile, they used all of their resources on those 2 members, where they really should have saved some of the resources for, you know, the second layer of damage that was coming down. And the fact that Jotun, gotta give massive props to him for being able to just screen out the best decision possible in almost every single situation. We'll get a quick replay of the highlights here, as we'll take you through all the way from the start of the game what they were able to do. And I think all the way from the start, what they were able to do that was really special is utilize the Bane's sieging power. They got the turret so early on to a point where even though Chile were able to get a lot of the good fights, were leading in kills in the 6th minute as well, it really doesn't matter because prio-wise, they were always just losing out. Civ was up top when they were down below. They already got the turret very early, so into the laning phase real quick. And for the Bane, really, the toughest part about utilizing the Bane in the gold lane has got to be the laning phase. Once you get him out, it's a-okay. It's all fine and dandy. And that's what they were able to do. Always just utilizing the Bane to just go for team fights, go for sieges across the map. And you can see that poke definitely coming in handy as well for the Crab Claw Cannon, the Deadly Catch tool. And pay attention to Kerio in a lot of these skirmishes because the Phobius is already kind of broken before, right? Like when it got released. Now you can proc your own Demonic Force, and you can get the passive there with Demonic Force. You can get the Infernal Pursuit. But this is the moment where they definitely, you know, did not respect the Ruby. 2 members walking up just like that, very short range. But again, unfortunately for the side of Chile, they used everything, even the Blazing Duet that was very unnecessary. Luckily for Argentina, though, they had Jotun to take the turret up top, and that was really what set up for this amazing fight. Chile tried to step up. They thought they had the numbers advantage, and they did. But unfortunately, the resources just weren't there. All of their members really are reliant on, you know, these big skills. I mean, it's Fury, Yang as well with, you know, the steal of whatever he wants to go for with the IMU, and Zamu on the Ruby, really reliant on the I'm Offended. When those abilities are just not there, it just becomes so good for Kerio, for Arctic, for Jotun, these 3 members to go in. They're brawlers. They love to brawl, even with no resources. They are going to be consistently brawling because it almost feels like for all these heroes, the 3 heroes that Argentina had to win out of that 3v5, none of them had big ultimates, right? Jotun's ultimate comes back very quick. It's just, you know, Lycan form to human form. Arctic has Vengeance there, so that was the only resource that he can technically waste. And he played it really well with the rest of the team. The 3v5 was phenomenal, really. And the way that they baited Chile out of their base was very impressive.
Yeah, very smart too. I'm actually really surprised too. Like looking at the stats earlier, like Demon Kite actually had the most damage in this game. Like you've seen it from the enhanced chains. Quite unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie though that this is, I would say, a better draft coming out from Chile. For the first few minutes, you see a bit of a struggle from Argentina, especially in the turtle takes. But eventually, they were able to win it out, close out the match really strong. And you know, this is not something you see so often, Mirko. Like the roamer being the MVP of the match. Mostly like in this current meta, you see a lot of the junglers, the gold laners being the starter match, but Kyrios, Infernal Pursuit, just made it so much more difficult here to engage in all the team fights, closing it out with a KDA of 529, picking up the Thunderbelt first, going for the Dominance Ice as well to just counter out all of the sustain coming in from the side of Chile, and just was able to close it out with this game, winning for the side of Argentina.
Again, just a really, really well played for Argentina. So congratulations once again to Argentina, because I think with that win, they have already qualified. Yeah, in their own group, because they were 2-0. They beat both of the other teams that placed in the same group as them, and they will be qualifying into the next round. And with that, it seems we have come to the end of the day here, Burger Kim. Very different to yesterday. Well, actually, not very different. In a way, it's very different. In a way, it's not, right? We got all the sweeps, unlike yesterday, but we also cracked some world records here today with Team USA getting the fastest game of all time when it comes to professional MLBB. But
Arrivals,
Kim,
retribution.
any last statements?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like moments that will definitely be saved to your core MLBB memories. Yeah, the arrivals, the retributions from USA, fastest game that we've had, 9 minutes and 4 seconds for today, and of course ending it off with a sweep. So we don't have a game number 3. I mean, I don't know, it usually happens when I call it. I said it's a 2-0, and it's a nice end to, of course, the group stage, and Argentina will be, of course, on top so far with what we have. And you guys can check it out for more of the stats for the Americas qualifiers over at the Iesf.gg. It's been a great day, Mirko, and you know, you guys are going to be getting more action tomorrow, actually.
Definitely. We're going to see a whole lot more action. There's 2 more days of packed MLBB action, and on the final day, MLBB Women's 2. So tune in tomorrow as we get in, but it is the end of the day. It's been Mirko, it's been Burger Kim. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.